Wednesday, August 12th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. And we're located tonight at the Rowley Fire Station Meeting Room at 473 Haverhill Street. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast by Rowley Community Media. If anyone else is recording, please state so. I thought you didn't have any. Oh, okay.
It's just how I'm saying, sorry.
Roll call will be conducted by Kirk Baker, Town Planner, to determine that there is a meeting quorum. Kirk, will you call the roll, please?
Thank you. Joe Conway Costello.
Here.
David Field.
Here.
Ethan Young.
Here.
Cecilia Courts. Cecilia.
She's not here.
Kate Turner. Here.
If anyone has a conflict of interest or must recuse themselves, please state so either now or when the item is brought forward. Please step out of the room at that time, and you may view the proceedings on Rowley Community Media Tightrope. May I have a motion to open the public business session?
I'll move to open it.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Right, it is 6:30 p.m. and we have a new public hearing. May I have a motion to open a new public hearing?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The new public hearing is a special permit and site plan review amendment submitted by Gateway 2 Trust of 1997, application property owner of 239 Western Avenue, Essex, Massachusetts, for parking expansion for commercial use located at 58 through 66 Forest Ridge Drive, map lot 7-10-5-C and 51 Forest Ridge Drive, map lot 7-10.8, located in the Business Light Industry BLI zoning district. An application is submitted pursuant to zoning bylaw section 4.7.3, Business Light Industry, 7.6, Site Plan Review, 7.8, Special Permit. So Kirk, could you update us on this new hearing?
Yes. So this is a new application, which is an amendment. And we actually, the planning board had heard about this from John Coughlin back when we did the, we had a couple of special permits for, I believe it was a car detailing place and I forget what.
An event.
An events place for children in the Forest Ridge Center. And he had mentioned that there was a need for additional parking and that he was going to be coming with an application for a parking expansion. And so this is that application, and it's an amendment to the Forest Ridge subdivision site plan and to the special permit. And just to bring up, so in general, what they're going to be proposing is to add 17 new parking spaces, which you can see on the in the gray area here is the area that's being expanded. If you just look behind you on the screen, the gray area is the location where there'll be 17 new parking spaces. In order to fit that in, there is a property line that has to be relocated to the north, I believe. So there's an A&R component to this boundary line relocation that's part of this as well. But in general, that's what they're proposing, is that expansion of that area for additional parking. And let's see, I believe
Mr. Coughlin?
Mr.
So just so everybody knows, you don't need to come up to the podium, you can just stand at your place to speak or sit, because the mics are built in here.
That's fine. That's great. Yeah, my name's Charlie Ware. and I'm with Hancock Associates. I'm the engineer that actually designed almost everything in this industrial park going back to, I think it was '98. Joe Coughlin is with Gateway, and Joe's family owns this property. It actually, the word expansion is probably not quite, we're ending up with the same number of parking spaces before and after. But what we did, and I'll take the blame for this. We had done a study way back when of what we thought was suitable parking. This goes back 20 years. And on this particular one, what we did wrong is we got too many spaces out back and not enough in front. There's no easy way to get from the back to the front. There are overhead doors, but in back, the uses are more uses that are low-use parking spaces. But the parking in front, because it was dead end and because there probably wasn't quite enough parking, there's been problems with parking in there. So that even though there are 17 new spaces in front, but those are 17 spaces that went away out the back. The other thing that is in this design is there's no longer a dead end parking. Now it's a loop. So, and especially with the daycare that's in there, that'll be a huge improvement that people can pull in, get their children to pull out around. If they don't find a space, pull in right away and go around that loop. There's more spaces in that area. So it really is just it's an adjustment. It's a fix to to something we didn't foresee when we designed the parking lot. And I guess the other thing to add, just to bring it up to speed, is a couple things. Is I understand that this plan has been in front of the Conservation Commission, even though there's no impacts to the buffer zones to wetlands. You still have a local stormwater bylaw. It's my understanding that that's been reviewed and granted. The additional pavement on this back, I think it was 1997, I hate to say it, was the drainage. If anybody is familiar with the site, when you go to the bottom of the hill, there's a large infiltration basin at the bottom of the hill, and that was sized to accept additional development. We had submitted a master plan way back when. So this, and Larry Graham has been great about working with us and documenting how much impervious surfaces we've been creating. So the impervious surfaces are accounted for in the infiltration basin. All the drainage in this parking is directed down into that basin. So and Larry reviewed that. He didn't have any issues. Larry did do a review that we've commented on. Project manager on this, Jay Plakowitz, who works for Hancock. He and Larry, I spoke with him today. He and Larry have spoken about it, and he has written responses. I believe that Larry, he hasn't finalized his review, but verbally, Jay and Larry have spoken. I think Jay has brought the design, has responded to all the comments in accordance with Larry. I think it's just when Larry does that final review, we should be all set with the issues that he raised. So.
Okay, so we know that technical review is not completed, just so the board understands that. Any questions from board members?
Kirk, the A&R is it's between Gateway Trust and Gateway Trust?
Yeah,
Okay.
That we didn't, so we're gonna do that separately.
Yeah, just as a
Okay,
general,
okay.
it's on the plan, so, and then no new retaining walls or anything?
Not on this one, I don't believe it's.
No.
It's just
No,
it's
it's
just
well
graded out. There's
pavement.
lots of space
Yeah.
beyond there, but yeah, no new retaining.
Okay, and then just snow storage off the new pavement?
I don't believe there's any storage on the pavement.
No snow storage?
Oh, the snow storage will be out on the edges of
It's
the
up here, like,
Yeah, it's the same area it was before.
Okay.
With the building.
which is off the pavement, but it's so we don't lose any parking.
Yeah, exactly, okay. I'm good.
Anyone else? So, at this point, we'll continue.
yeah, I think we may want to hear from the public. Any comments tonight?
Yeah, is there anyone here that has comments on this item?
Yeah, so, like I said, Larry Graham is doing the review for this, and he had just received the response from.
Right, just a couple days ago.
Yeah, and so he hasn't had time, but he's gonna get to it, and he'll have a report to us, and hopefully everything will be resolved by in time for the September 9th meeting.
So at this point, I may have a motion to continue the public hearing until our September meeting.
Make that motion.
Second,
I'll second it.
all in favor?
Aye.
So there's also involved with this, the Form A approval for the boundary line modification between 58 through 66 and 51 Forest Ridge Drive, map lot 7-10-5C and 7-10-8 respectively. Kirk, do you have anything that you want to say about this for the board to understand?
Yes, so this is it up on the screen here, and it mainly, I guess, is to make room for the new area, right?
That's correct.
What is the purpose of the parcel A? It says not a legal building lot.
That's actually the parcel that's being added to the,
Oh, I see.
there's
Okay.
two lots, so that's
That's
the
where the
piece
lot-
that's being carved off.
Oh, I see, okay, so it's just a slight, okay.
Right.
So it's pretty straightforward, just boundary line adjustment.
And we don't have a problem with, if I may, we don't have a problem with waiting till the next meeting. It might make sense to wait, just in case Larry has some, I don't think it will.
We can't,
But-
we don't have, it's 21-day turnaround.
Oh, you don't, so, yeah, well, if you want to sign it tonight, that's fine.
The only thing was, I did ask for the Mylar, he said he didn't send the Mylar with you, but he said he's gonna
It's an incomplete application. Looks like we can't wait.
We have, yeah, I mean, but if you get me the Mylar next week, I can get it signed by
Okay.
everybody. But, I mean, you can probably go in and endorse them.
Okay, I appreciate the board's, accommodating this, thank you.
So we do want to do this conditionally tonight or not?
Well, yeah, I mean,
It's to vote to
it's
endorse,
continued,
right.
and then the endorsement, you would just, I think you could take a vote to endorse the plan, and then agree, everybody will come by and sign, once I actually receive the Mylar copy of this plan, next week sometime, I'll just send an email out to everybody come by and sign it. I usually try to get them signed at the meeting, just so you could take it the next day and get it recorded if you wanted to, but, yeah, they do.
All right, may I have a motion to endorse the A&R?
I'll make a motion to endorse the A&R plan for 58 through 66 and 51 Forest Ridge Drive.
I'll
Second,
I'll second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Did you need to vote on a continuance on the first matter?
Oh, we did continue.
We continued.
You
We
did,
voted
I
to
gotta miss
continue,
that, sorry.
September 9th.
Thank you, thank you.
yeah. It's 6:44, so we're set for another new public hearing. This is a special permit application for two contiguous reduced frontage lots under common ownership and two-point common driveway pursuant to zoning bylaw section 6.161.122, reduced frontage lots, and 8.8 common driveway. The property is located at 11 Bishop Way, also identified by map lots 8-23-2, 8-23-3, and 8-26, located in the outlying zoning district and the municipal water supply protection district. The application is submitted by Corbin Cunningham Revocable Trust applicant and property owners. May I have a motion to open the new public hearing?
I'll make that motion.
Second,
I'll second it.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Kirk, bring us up to date on this.
Yeah, this is a new application, but this will sound familiar to the board members. Mr. Morgan came in like a couple months ago, I believe, and did a preliminary discussion and mentioning that they own 3 parcels here at the end of Bishop's Way. And 2 of them actually have frontage on Bishop's Way, and then there's a rear parcel that's landlocked. And they want to reconfigure those. Once again, this will have an A&R component to it, although that will be at a later meeting. But they want to reconfigure those 3 lots into 2 lots, and those 2 lots will become reduced frontage. And so when we spoke to them, we told them about the bylaw requirements for reduced frontage lots requires special permit, and along with that, the section of the reduced frontage lots that require the special permit also say you need a special permit for common driveway. And so we talked to them at the time and said they would have to submit not just an A&R, but also 2 special permits, which is why they're here tonight for the public hearing. And so I guess there's a couple of things, I guess, about this with that section having to do with common driveways. Typically, when it's been applied, you do a special permit, you also do a site plan for a common driveway that runs up the middle of the lots, and you have a paved driveway. In this case, the lot, if you look at what's on the screen, what they're looking at, these are the 2 reduced frontage lots. The one on the right, there is a actual existing gravel driveway that goes up into that lot to the house, the dwelling that's on that lot. The other second lot on the left it's currently it'll be not built on, so undeveloped for a while until I guess you're planning to allow, at some point, there will be a dwelling on that lot, but not necessarily right now. But they want to, one of the things that they're asking for here is to forego having the paved common driveway installed between the 2 lots, use the existing gravel driveway that goes onto the property, and to extend that gravel driveway so at some point it would take a split and veer onto the second lot on the left. So you can see here what they're kind of proposing to do. So, and it's kind of a bit difficult to see but if you zoom in, you can see it's kind of light at the end of Bishop's Way. You see the existing gravel driveway. If you go off to the left, it goes on up the hill to the existing dwelling, and they're proposing a little branch off where this, for this common driveway to branch off there to the right, and then to go onto the second lot, and where they're showing the location of a future dwelling. And so that's what's kind of interesting about this case. The common driveway requirements that come out of the rules and regulations, like I say, the rules and regulations do have options for if it's in the benefit of the public, if it's to the public benefit, there is an option to waive some of those structural requirements for common driveways, so the paving and all that. So in this case, they're saying waive the structural requirements for the paving and use the existing driveway and extend it for the second dwelling. So that's what they're asking.
Okay, you want to add anything to what Kirk said, or?
Yes. Good evening, everybody. My name is Thomas Horgan. I'm property owner of 11 Bishop Way residence, and the other pieces of property we're speaking about tonight. This is my wife, Christine Cunningham, both trustees of the trust. I do want to add a few things. 31 years ago, when we put that Bishop Way in the 11 Bishop Way driveway, it was requested by the planning board and the conservation committee to keep it gravel because there is some wetlands off to the right We were requested to put a culvert in halfway, you can see going up the driveway, and we did all that. And for the last 31 years, it was a good idea to do it. It was good guidance, and that's what we did. And we wanted to keep it that way, only to protect the surrounding areas for the wetland. So I want to make sure that's a key item, because we are requesting a waiver for the pavement there. I don't think that would make sense. The Bishop Way is a private way, but it is not paved either. So there's no paving in that area. So 11 Bishop Way is not paved, 15 Bishop Way is not paved, nor is the full Bishop Way. The other thing I want to comment is those 3 parcels that were removing the inside lot lines, it's 9.6 acres, and we're going to be making 2 lots, one 5-acre parcel being 11 Bishop Way, and the other one that you're seeing with the concept of the home there is going to be 4.5-acre lots, which I think is consistent with the neighborhood as it is now in the outlying district. These drawings are very complicated, but only because we wanted to show the concept on the request of the planner to say, okay, what can you do there? These are only concepts. I'm not going to do that. We're not going to do that. These are only concepts. Someone could do it in the future if we sell a lot. There's other things that can be done as well, and things could be adjusted if necessary. But those are just concepts to show that it is feasible to do it on that lot, but we're flexible if some things need to change. So we have 2 applications in tonight. We have the application for approval of the special permit. We are really looking for the approval tonight. If there's some conditions, we will fix those conditions, but we're looking for approval. We're also looking for, we submitted an application for the site plan review, and I guess you've been doing that. We have and submitted to the planner a draft copy of the Form D A&R. That's not complete, only because timing was not great to get all the drafting or the surveying done, but that will be done in August or early September. At the same time, we didn't want to have that expense if we weren't going to be approved for this. There was no reason to do that, the additional surveying of the back lots, which haven't been done probably in 50 years. And there are also 2 requested waivers. Kurt, I think you touched upon those already. One of them is the pavement. We'd rather not do the pavement if we could. And also, since this seemed to us to be quite simple, we are meeting all the zoning bylaws. We did request a peer review waiver. We didn't think that was necessary, and that has not been done yet.
Yeah, I probably should have pointed that out, because they were proposing to stick with gravel, and otherwise it really just becomes 2 residential lots, that unless we were going to make them pave and construct the actual, paved driveway, it didn't really make much sense to necessarily do any kind of stormwater review, I think, for this, unless the board sees a need for it. But yeah, it hasn't gone through any technical review.
I will say that we had some assistance from you folks when we presented it back in June, but we also spoke to the inspector, the planner. North Environmental has been out on site and took a look at things and felt comfortable with what we were doing. It also has everything recorded, and also using Donahoe Survey, who's been out in that area for many, many years. So we appreciate your offer of help over the last couple of months as well. I think we have some professionals on it and done a nice job.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
One thing I would add also regarding the pavement versus gravel is that because it's gravel in the winter when it snows, we're able to actually clear snow and still have traction. We're not putting down salt and sand and stuff like that. Maybe in a couple spots if the mailman needs to get around, we'll put some sand down, but it's actually, I think, more environmentally friendly to have gravel than it is pavement, just from a simple snow removal. The fact that there's no chemicals that might get it down and wash it off, so. I don't know if that matters to anybody, but I brought that up when we were meeting too, that it actually helps, because it's kind of a long winding driveway and it can be tough if you don't.
Yeah, I just also mentioned, I did run this by the new fire chief, and he said he's okay with the gravel. That would be one of the main things, like, is it accessible for emergency service? The only thing that he did say was that he would like to make sure that there's proper turnarounds in case they need to get a fire engine up there, but he had no problem with the gravel.
He's been up there in the fire engine before, not because we've done it. They come up and they do their training and they show people where things are, so once in a while they walk up there.
So would he want that on the new reduced frontage lot or the 11 Bishop Way?
He indicated both, but yeah, there would need to be some kind
We
of,
can certainly look at that for sure.
that would just be a condition, you probably have to,
There's already a turnaround.
there is a turnaround at the top.
There's a turnaround on the cul-de-sac area, but then when you go up 11 Bishop Way, up that long driveway, there's an area for them to back and then
Oh,
go
okay,
around.
okay.
Because they've, like I said, they've been up there before,
The
just
new lot,
doing
is,
your training.
let's,
The new lot, there's no issue. Again, that's just concept. If that's something you
there's
want to
no
adjust, we
building
can
going
adjust
there
that for sure.
it would probably, there would have to be a condition for a turnaround for the new lot.
building.
But, I'm sorry,
No worries, I'm just confused now, cause, so, whatever was up on the board before, are we not doing that? Or this is not what's happening?
That house is a conceptual, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I get that,
Yeah.
but where's the common driveway going, where it is now, right?
It's just a little
Yeah,
small
so-
bit right there.
Yeah, so what do we need a turnaround for the lot that has nothing on it for?
Well, I think he's saying if someone built a house there,
Yeah.
then it would probably make sense to do a hammerhead or some other concept so a large fire truck could turn around there.
They have a hose.
Okay, so, I don't know what the chief wants, so I guess we
yeah,
have to listen.
I mentioned it, he said that's,
Okay.
if we can,
Hammerhead on the gravel driveway, sure, let's do it.
Just for clarification, that would be done when you would wanna build.
At some
All
point.
of that would happen then.
Right.
Yeah.
Right now, you're just splitting the property.
That's right, so I
Just
guess that's a good point.
Yeah, no, I get that.
So we are meeting a couple of the
I just wanted
requirements.
to make sure
No,
I-
that's very clear.
yeah.
So this could be vacant forever.
Yep.
If someone bought that land or someone buys 11 Bishop Way and wants the extra 4.5 acres for whatever reason, it could be vacant forever. That's right, good
Yeah.
point. Right.
Okay.
Or the house it could show differently at some point. Someone else walks in and wants it somewhere else, they could put it somewhere else.
Right.
I've only just reported what he said, we don't have to
Yeah, yeah.
agree to it, so.
No, I get that.
Clarification, you're good?
Anything else from the board? Anything else from anyone here?
I just have two.
Could you do your name and your address, please?
Sure. Nathan Pitcher, 27 Dodge, or one of the abutting properties. Just two curiosity questions, because none of this is in my purview. What exactly is, in terms of rally, a reduced frontage lot? And then what are the implications of that? Is there things that you can or can't do because the lot is reduced frontage? What does that actually mean?
I just realized I didn't actually explain the reduced frontage part of it, so, yeah, I believe this is in the outlying district, so typical lot area is, or lot frontage requirement is 150 feet. And what they're proposing under the bylaw, with a special permit, they can get two contiguous reduced frontage lots with a special permit, as long as it's more than 50 feet. So they're going down, actually, you can see it's 69 and 0.5 feet for each of the reduced frontage lots. So that, just to make that clear, these are 69.5 foot frontage lots.
Maybe I'll look forward to the next question. Also, the other requirement for the zoning bylaw is that it's at least 180,000 square feet each one, and these are well above it.
And those do meet them.
And the common driveway that is listed in the zoning bylaw as well as suggested by the board in June, we're doing.
Otherwise, there's no difference between a regular lot and a reduced frontage lot, other than it's reduced frontage.
Yeah,
It's still
and
have housing, it's
there
still-
could be, I think the original lot it's actually reduced frontage. Yeah. So this is, so you can get two lots instead of having three where one is landlocked. So this would actually address that, so you would have two buildable lots.
May I comment on that? So back 31 years ago, it was meeting the requirements of the zoning bylaws. The zoning bylaws have changed, now it's 150. It was compliant in 1995.
Oh, okay, yeah. In 1995, that was when and I sent this in the packet before it was with the materials. This Bishop's Way was laid out in 1995 with a definitive plan, so.
My other question, sorry. In the scheme of this lot, the vacant lot particularly, being that it's gonna be combined, and you have one lot that a dwelling to be put on. Whether it stays as woods or a dwelling gets put on it, how does it typically work? Like, this is almost a 5-acre lot, so could a developer in the future buy this and put 5 houses on it?
No, this is, these lots are like still single-family lots.
Right. It's zoned as single family.
Well, yeah, but it's in the outlying district. I think what would be more is if you took all 3 lots that exist. I don't know the acreage of it.
9.6 acres.
9.6 acres with that total area. I don't know that you could necessarily do that at the end of a cul-de-sac, but you're kind of like, I think you could take that 9 acres and potentially do an OSRD
Right.
instead of 2, which would open it up to more lots.
I'm at 27 Dodge Road, Katie. So onto that, if this is to sell, does that conservation to the, I'm looking at to the right there where it says reduce frontage
Yeah.
to the south, will that affect any possible building in the future? Can something be built that?
Well, they'll have to meet whatever requirement, they'll have to still meet the requirements of the Wetlands Act, so.
So this, if something were to be built,
They
this
would-
could,
They would have to appear before the Conservation Commission. I believe so. Is that correct? Is that how you want to speak to that?
So, Frank Herrick, Conservation Agent here in Rowley. Very brief overlook here. This property seems to be having areas of BVW, bordering vegetated wetlands, buffer zone areas. Any work in proximity to that requires review by Concom. It does not guarantee it will or will not happen, just requires review to ensure that any impacts to resource areas are mitigated. So without any sort of more conclusive plans being proposed, I can't say whether things could or could not occur, but possibly not. Without greater context, I can't really answer more definitively.
thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Brent Bazelak, Land Manager and Stewardship Coordinator with the Conservation Department here in Rowley. In regards to the Hammerhead turnaround that I believe has been requested by the fire department for the lot that is in the lower portion of the screen, which does not show that at this point in time. That also appears to be a lot that is constrained by the proximity of delineated bordering vegetated wetlands, as well as the 100-foot buffer zone to the same vegetated wetlands. Is the planning board going to require that that plan be revised to depict where the potential positioning of that hammerhead turnaround will be? And I assume it will be on that lot and not on the 11 Bishop Way lot. Is that a correct assumption?
Yeah, it would be on the proposed lot, but I'm kind of wishing I never said anything about the hammer.
Well, as a person who's had their house burned down before, it's not an esoteric thing to think about. Fire protection, especially out in an area that's a significant distance from major roadways and the fire station, is always a concern, especially in this day and age, where we hear an awful lot about fires overwhelming planned communities that are much more developed.
But any new development, that would still require Concom approval.
Right, but currently the plan you have before the board does not show that hammerhead turnaround.
Well, I guess if
We don't have-
we have,
It's not a plan, we're
It's
just
just for a
showing
special
where a
permit.
house would
One person at a time. Okay. David and then Mr. Hood.
I was gonna say, it's just a special permit for the use. We're not doing site plan review on this, we're not approving hammerheads or anything like that.
So one comment I have, we have a long list of endeavors to go through. One's the planning board, one we met with the building inspector. We have a long list, and part of that is conservation, fire department, building permits, before anyone did anything on this lot. This is concept. It can change around and it will be modified as necessary to meet the requirements of the town, zoning bylaws and other departments.
Okay, my only concern, if I may edify, the reason I'm voicing this is because you've already had a professional engineer show this plan, and this plan shows some vegetated wetlands in their buffer zone that is going to drive positioning and configuration of the lot. And in one sense, I'm just saying, if it's depicted, that would mean that somebody with professional expertise has looked at it and said, oh yeah, it could go here. as opposed to the not being potential.
That's right.
For all I know, that's exposed ledge sitting on the other side of that proposed gravel driveway. Opposite the
If they
vegetated
apply
zone.
for a building permit, there'll be a separate process. They may not even show this, so I mean, we could leave that wide open. They're still gonna have to get fire department sign off when they get a building permit for that lot anyway. So I was just trying to, because we do send these things out to the departments and get comment. And then, but also to anticipate, we're gonna be requiring a building permit, so at that time, whoever gets the permit will have to make sure that it's accessible to get that signed off.
Thank you, Brent.
Now, in terms of the waivers, we don't have the language of the waivers in
Well,
front of us because we need to vote the waivers before the
Well,
permit, right?
waivers are actually, there was a waiver request. So we requesting the waivers from the common driveway sections of the rules and regulations. So there's construction requirements in the rules and regulations for common driveways. And that's what they're asking for a waiver from. So I think it might just be in general to waive those sections in favor, if the board is interested and thinks it's beneficial, just allow them to keep the common driveway or the gravel driveway where it is, to use that for both lots. And then waive the construction requirements.
So there'd be a request for one waiver.
Yeah, it would be a request for a waiver from section, from 412, under the rules and regulations, and then 514. So those two sections.
Is the board ready to consider?
I'm confused on this, so we're doing the common driveway special permit under section 8, which doesn't have design requirements. And then the rules and regs are for subdivision control law, which is a separate law, but that's for roadways.
Well, those are actually for common driveway.
It's in there too,
Yeah, common
so
driveways.
they're not in the zoning bylaw.
Yeah, they're not in the zoning, they're in the rules and regulations.
Because I think they're asking for section 5.2, 5.2.3, is that not the?
Yeah, 412. You
There's
said,
two sections,
yeah, 412 of common drive, so page 40, let's go to page 47.
because they have it listed as 5.2.3.
So under common driveways, on page 47 of the rules and regulation, common driveways will meet the following standards. The minimum, this is for minimum width, 18 feet for residential use.
So wrong citation, okay.
Yeah, but that actually is part of this, right? The width, what's the width of the actual gravel driveway?
Currently,
Yeah,
it varies, but I think it's between 12 and 16 feet.
12 and 16 feet, so there's a waiver from the width. And then also under 5, there's a common driveway right here. I was just looking. Oh, 514 on page 57.
These two sections.
And this, I believe this is the main section, common driveways shall be graded in according to section 521, so it points back to 521. And wearing surface applied in accordance to 523 unless a lesser thickness is approved by the planning board to a width of at least 15 feet. So, and then so that points back to 523.
But isn't this all for street layout?
In general, but it's still
Section 5.
common driveways. I mean, there's like, you only interpret to say be common driveways within a proposed subdivision?
Well, I'm just asking because the citation request for the waiver was section 5.2, which I went to 5.2, and that's laying out the right of way, which is kind of like the reverse of what we're trying to do. So then I didn't see the section 4.17, that's common driveways in the rules and regs. So because in the zoning bylaw, there's no
Yeah.
construction.
523 actually refers to pavement material, you're right, it's pointing to that section
Okay.
of pavement material, so it's basically saying they need to use an asphalt bituminous concrete base.
Okay.
But, and that's the way, there's really only been a couple of these, and typically though, it's been a paved driveway with that kind of surface, and they're just asking, just go with the gravel, use the existing driveway to
Yeah,
allow
yeah.
access.
No, that part I get, I just was looking for what we were waving down, but, okay.
I just wanna make sure that board members understand clear if we take a vote on what we're waiving. Anyone have more questions on this?
So it's strictly with respect to paving requirements, not with respect to width or anything like that. It's
Yeah,
gonna
essentially
stay-
it comes down to paving and then to allow a lesser width. And the reason being, like, because the width would be more, that's why I run it by the emergency services. And he's reviewed it, he's still fine with it.
Ethan, you have a question?
No.
Oh, okay, that's right.
It's just pointing to some open chairs if you guys want to sit down. No, I don't have any issue with keeping it gravel. I think that's a reasonable waiver.
All right, so are we ready for a motion to vote the waiver?
Yes.
So can you give us the clear language so Sharon gets it too?
Okay, I'm gonna cite these sections and we'll just go straight down and then 514. Okay,
Okay, so we're asking for a motion to waive what Kirk's going to read.
Under the planning board rules and regulations, waive the paving to allow gravel, the existing location, and to allow the existing width. In order to do that, waive section, under the planning board rules and regulations, section 412, section 514, and section 523.
Okay, may I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So now we move on to the special permit.
Yeah, that's the waiver, so now we got
Yeah.
two special permits.
Right.
One for the common driveway and one for both reduced frontage lots.
Okay, so we're gonna be voting on two special permits. So I'd like a motion to vote on special permit number 1, which Kirk will read again, please.
So that will be for section, let me get the specific section. It's reduced frontage lots. What is it saying in the, section 6.12, reduced frontage lots, and that's for the special permit. So that's the
That's
first
number
one.
1.
Yeah.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve the special permit number 1?
Yes, I'll make that motion.
Second,
I'll second it.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then I'd like a motion to vote approval of special permit number 2, which Kirk will read.
Under section 8.8 of the zoning bylaw for common driveways.
Do you have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Do we need to, we've requested a waiver for the, for the peer review? Do we need to make that waiver now or?
We've already voted.
Okay.
Yeah, I think unless you needed peer review, I mean, that's more of just a submittal requirement.
Okay.
But there's no need for peer review, I guess, if we're not going to have any paving.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so we're set with that for tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank
So
you.
that pretty much.
Very much.
Thank you. Just to let you know, the A&R component will be coming next month to actually join the 3 lots, so, yeah.
Draft copy has been delivered. The only section that's not available, and you should have a copy of it, is the surveying part by Donahoe.
Yeah.
To be done in August of early September.
Right, so we're scheduled for another new public hearing at 6:50 and it is 7:15. This new public hearing, may I have a motion to open the new public hearing?
I'll make the motion
And read it.
to open the site plan review for 431 Newbury Turnpike, map lot 23-35, and portions of property located at 445 Newbury Port Turnpike, map lot 23-34-2, for proposed offices for general construction, landscaping, or similar contract. Submitted by Rob McVoy, Redline Properties LLC, and the Turnpike 2020 Nominee Trust located at the Business Light Industry BLI zoning district.
Thank you, Cecilia. A motion to open this new public hearing,
I'll make that motion.
second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. So, Kirk, you wanna tell us about this one, and the applicant is here?
Yes, and so this is for essentially, once again, this will have a A&R component to it. So this is located at 431 on lot 20, and involves like an transfer of land from 445 Newburyport Turnpike to 431 in order to expand that, so that what they're looking to do and what they're here for right now is a site plan review for to do a landscape contracting facility, proposed offices for general construction, landscaping, or similar contractors. So they are looking to this is going to be interesting because when they presented this, they were like, there needs to be an opening phase one, what they're proposing, and then they're also proposing that is a mediation, intermediary step to a later phase two. So that's one thing to keep in mind when we're reviewing this. And then I'm going to just turn it over to the engineer who has a presentation. He's going to go into some of the details and maybe come back to that.
Hi, so my name is Matt Connors. I'm a civil engineer. I'm not the engineer of record for this project. You will see one of the sheets in here that is from me. The rest of it is from Alan Roscoe, who is from TF4. He couldn't make it tonight, but kind of acting as a project manager level for everybody. So this property is on Route 1. Should I walk over there so you guys can see me better, or is it okay? Okay, all right. So this property is 431 Newburyport Turnpike. Officially, it's map 23, lot 35. However, as Kirk said, we are in the process of doing for all intents and purposes, a lot line adjustment where this is our lot here, and we are purchasing a small portion of this lot here. This is the Business Light Industry Zone. And in that zone, specifically mentioned, under section 4.7.2.f is contractor's office and outdoor storage facility. So we are perfectly suited to be in this location. As you can see, we are surrounded on almost every side by the same zone. So this pink is the Business Light Industries District, and this is the outlying district in the yellow, shall we call it. Across the street is the only small portion that is the outlying district. Other than that, we are surrounded on all sides by the Business Light Industry. Want to click to the next page. So this basically is just an aerial. This is the current aerial. It's taken from MassGIS, and it shows the lots in the vicinity. It also shows where our parcel is, and it again shows the small sliver that we're adding from 445, which is this facility up here, which has frontage.
I have a quick question about that, if you
Absolutely.
could, please. Is that lot from which you're purchasing the land under separate ownership?
It is separate ownership, but we're in the process of purchasing. We've actually gone through, we're just we're gonna exchange some money at this point.
Okay, so it doesn't need to be it doesn't need to be subdivided off in order to make that, are you doing a boundary line adjustment or how?
Essentially, a boundary line adjustment to.
That is part of the component, that's the other component, there's there's an A&R component to it.
All right, thank you.
So while we have the area up, I just want to kind of point out some stuff that's shown but not shown. In the center here is a wetland. It doesn't come up on MassGIS, but it has been flagged. We are before, and Frank can testify to this, that we are before the Conservation Commission. We had a meeting last week. We'll likely continue the next meeting so that we can kind of keep planning board and conservation in the same line. And then down here at the bottom, it shows what appears to be a pond. It's actually a detention basin. It was part of the 2001 or 2020 subdivision. It's a 40 lot subdivision, which is all this stuff down here. And it was there's an easement for this facility on this property. It is detention. It has no protections under the Wetland Protection Act or any of the other acts. Okay, go to the next page here. So this is the existing property. We have Route 1, the Bridgeport Turnpike. This is the wetland that I referred to. About a couple weeks ago, there was a residence on there with a garage. I believe the garage has fallen over, but the owner of it is in the process of cleaning stuff up and getting rid of a lot of garbage that's out there. So essentially, frontage is here. There is another, I think it's a landscaping facility here. This is a handyman shop. And for the most part, pretty much all of it's wooded at this point. So here's what we're proposing. We have a mix of units, contractor units. There's 5 here, 3 here. These are the larger ones. These are smaller. As we come in, we have a ring road. There will be an access point that goes below, which I'll talk about later. But for the most part, we're leaving at least the 15-foot buffer in its natural state and trying to stay out of that as much as possible so that we're trying to keep most of this as compact as we can in the front. For basic dimensional requirements, the lot area is 156,136 square feet, including the little sliver that I've discussed. The frontage is 101.6 feet. In this zone, there is no minimum frontage. There's also no minimum lot area. The minimum lot width is based upon where the front setback ends up being. I'll discuss the front setback, but for everybody's information, it's 214 feet. The minimum front setback is based upon the building facade. Greater than 50 feet is one, less than 50 feet is another. We are more than both at 80 feet. The minimum side yard is 15 feet. For the most part, we are providing 31.5 feet. The minimum rear yard is 15 feet. We're at about 700. The maximum building height is 35 feet. These are going to be prefab metal units, so it will be less than 35 feet. I don't know what the actual height is, but I'll guarantee you we will not be over 35 feet. So maximum building lot coverage per code is 50%. We're at 46%. Sorry, maximum lot coverage is 50%, we're at 46%. Lot coverage is assigned by the buildings and impervious materials. Building coverage is 14%. And our contractor storage, so this is different than the building setback, but it's required to be greater than 70%, greater than 70 feet. At this point, our nearest building right here is 80 feet. So if we were to have storage, it would be beyond that. And as you can see, most of the facility here up in the front is going to be the buildings that we're proposing. Let's see. Next page. Okay, so this is the utility plan. Utilities are, for the most part, coming from Newburyport Turnpike. We have water. We will need fire. On-site is going to be our septic, and then electrical around each of the buildings, as well as heating. Next one. Oh, no, back. Sorry. Okay, so this is a turning movement analysis to show that we can get in and out from Route 1. So this is modeled after basically a short tractor trailer. So I believe it's a 55-footer. So it's a 55-footer, but it basically shows that we can come in, come around, and get back out without a problem. And that would be on the near side and the far side. Obviously, the far side would be easier, but you can get in and out. This also validates that a fire engine can get in and out. Tractor trailers are typically larger than most of the fire equipment. Here's the rear. So if you remember, we had this little on the front of it. We had a little tail that came off and went down through here. What we're proposing to go through the wetland, which is this lighter shade of green, is where it has been flagged. This darker shade here is the 100-foot buffer. Coming down through here, we are proposing to basically anywhere within the buffer is to be a gravel packed road. We have received comments from the Conservation Commission, which we are in the process of updating, and essentially they would like a swale of some sort, coming through here. What we're looking at is basically flipping the way the road grades. So instead of runoff coming from the inside, it comes to the outside, and then putting a swale so that it will filter any runoff that comes through there before getting into the wetland. The rear of the property is in the very light green. What we're proposing to do is remove the trees and convert it to grass at this point in time, so that in the future, if the owner wants to do something such as storage facility, or not storage facility, but outdoor storage, he can do that. That was the last page. Make sure I cover everything for everybody. Lighting for these, basically we're not proposing much of lighting. It would be wall packs for each of the buildings. So each building is envisioned as having a garage door and then a man door next to it. That'll be for each facility, so that they would have the ability to bring in bulk storage through a vehicle, but also go in and out through the man door. Overhead of that, we would have basically wall packs that would be pointed downwards, and it's basically, we're just looking for safety lighting at that point. Stormwater management is on site. There's subsurface. There's three. There's two in the front, which is depressions, and then there are two within the paved area. 1, 2. And these are the depressions in the front, and they would manage stormwater for all the applicable storms under the regulation, and they would meet Massachusetts stormwater regulations as well. So essentially, that's my presentation. Again, this project is this type of development is actually mentioned specifically in the regulations for business and light industrial. So it fits right into what you guys were thinking of when you created the regulations.
When Mr. McCoy first brought this in, he was mentioning about there being a stage where storage containers instead of, is there any part?
So essentially that was as an interim. So, sorry, I'll have you create project. So for them to start cleaning this area up, they wanted to be able to have a place that they could store equipment while they're in the process of cleaning up. They have brought in materials that to start, taking down the buildings. He has allowed Raleigh Fire to basically use the facility that's out there for training. I'm not sure if it's completely done yet. I haven't been by in about a week, but I do know that the garage fell over. So as this develops, this is the ultimate project. This is what we're looking to do.
So, you're not proposing a stage where they initiate the use of contractor storage prior to this, right? This would be implemented and then they would actually initiate the use?
So having the storage boxes on the site and clearing it out.
Yeah, that what you're saying,
Correct.
that's all for the actual construction phase.
Right.
Yeah.
And then essentially, I can tell you the phasing of what he'd like to do. There's 5 units there that he wants to get up first, get the whole area paved out, cleared, get stormwater installed, get the septic system installed. Once that's up and running, build another section of units. And the intent is the whole area is padded out. You guys know what that means? So the whole area is prepped, ready. Foundations can be poured, go right in, put up the metal buildings, and then once the front's built out, then we're going to go down the hill into the back. We're still working on phasing of that because we do want to be able to close out our Conservation Commission permit and not have Frank yelling at us for a couple of years, which isn't good for anybody, but get all that padded up and everything. I believe you're referring to a plan that was submitted to the building department for some permitting. Okay, so essentially, if we can't get this done immediately, yes, we'd want to put a couple of Connex boxes out there.
That might
for
be,
some
that might be an issue. Because I don't know what the provision is under the bylaw, that would
Yep.
have to be part of this.
I don't think that's not a critical point. This is what we want to do.
Okay.
This is what we're in here for, to get approvals. With an interim stage, I think we're dragging on. All of them is trying to find a way to.
I didn't really see a building design, so is that going to be forthcoming?
I can get you that. So as you know, we're working with the reviewing engineer to go through and address everything. I can get you the examples of the prefab buildings that we're looking to install. I doubt there'll be anything different than what's already installed at Forest Vale or.
Right, just for the, so they know what they're putting up.
But I can absolutely get you that.
Okay, questions from the board? Can you say one more time what you responded to Kirk's query about previously wanting to put some temporary things there? I think you said there are things there that are housing the cleanup equipment. Is that what you said?
Great, so there's equipment on site, so the owner has tried to clean the property up.
Yeah.
And is in the process of cleaning the property up. As part of that, there's 2 abandoned buildings that are out there, one is a house and one is a garage. Once those are demoed, then basically the front of the property is going to be pretty clean. There is a plan that was submitted that has basically a couple of Connex boxes on there. And the intent of that was to store some equipment while we're in the process of building the property up. It's kind of just an interim step, and we're trying to be forthright and open about what's going on. This project is really what we're here to be permitted, and this is what we're looking for. If it makes life easier for you guys, throw the sheet out and just forget that it was ever submitted.
All right, so we know there's several people here who would like to make comments. So just, I'll try to, if you raise your hand, then I'll just point to you. And just speak from your seat, probably stand up, your name and your address.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Michael Travato. My family and I live at 42 Spencer Knowles Road. We directly abut the proposed access road, which would be part, according to Mr. Connors, of the Phase 2 construction, the access road. My wife, Johanna Travato, recently submitted written comments for the record ahead of tonight's hearing, and I want to speak briefly to some of those points. First is status. Mr. Herrick is here, and as far as the Conservation Commission, as of the Conservation Commission's hearing on August 4th, none of the 3 related applications for this property have been approved. They were all continued to the 25th with no order of conditions issued. Despite that, the property is currently listed for lease on multiple websites, including LoopNet, landsearch.com, describing the yard as, quote, recently cleared and available for immediate occupancy. There are no structures any longer on that property, despite Mr. Connor's assertions. There is, however, heavy equipment there, and the land is completely cleared. I asked the board to confirm directly with the applicant and the building inspector whether any site work currently underway is actually authorized. If it isn't, that's something the board should know before making any decisions considering any further approval. Related to that same listing, disregard that for now. Second, the Axe Road itself runs the proposed gravel access road in the Phase 2 construction, conforming to, I believe, what is referred to as the current cart path, runs directly behind my own property as well as several other abutters. There is no buffer between the property and that cart road where the gravel access road will be installed. We're asking for a real buffer, including dense planted screening and a sound barrier where needed. That access road, the gravel access road as proposed, would subject the neighborhood to noise of the vehicles traveling on the gravel access road. Everybody knows what that sounds like. Dust, diesel exhaust from the tractor trailers that were referenced earlier, and the fire hazard from the storage of fuels and POLs and other things related to that light industrial. The final roads placement, we'd asked for that to be reviewed with our property and our neighborhood's property specifically in mind, and not just for the wetland resource area. So again, the Conservation Commission on their own memo on the 4th flagged several unresolved items on this project. A wetland replication radio proposed near to 1-to-1 as opposed to Rowley's standing practice, or preferred practice of 1.5 to 2-to-1 wetland replication. An undefined material storage location, an incomplete stormwater design at the proposed wetland crossing that may have been addressed earlier, but it still stands as incomplete. We ask that this board hold off on or condition any approval until the stormwater peer review is complete and those items are formally resolved. Fourth, this contractor fleet yard is next to a residential neighborhood with truck access onto Route 1, which is a busy state road, and which is on the school bus route for Triton Regional Schools. We're asking for an independent traffic review, impact assessment, confirmation of any required Mass DOT permits, an independent acoustic study consistent with the town's noise bylaw if one exists, firm limits on operating hours, and a lighting plan that keeps glare off of our properties. The map shown earlier seems to indicate that our entire neighborhood and everybody who lives in that neighborhood is in a light industrial zone. That may be, or may not be, I don't know. However, what the neighborhood is being used for is a residential neighborhood. Finally, the applicant's own materials reference future clearing and storage beyond what's been proposed tonight. It's been mentioned briefly, but it hasn't really been elaborated on other than clearing 2.5 acres of forest to forested land to put in grass. That's basically all that's been stated so far. And we're asking that the board weigh the likely full build-out of this site, of what is potentially going to be there, as opposed, and not just this phase, when setting any conditions. Once that land is cleared, nobody's putting those trees back. The only thing that's going on to that site afterwards is industrial storage or whatever, at that point, whatever is deemed appropriate essentially by the landowner, who has no concern whatsoever for the neighborhood or the residents, or for that matter, the town around. We're asking that this project be reviewed completely with verified compliance and conditions that protects the neighborhood it owns. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time.
Good evening, my name is Allison Maliazzi. My husband, our children, and I live at 52 Spencer Knowles. Glad you brought that picture back up, Mr. Baker, because that's our house. And I just want everybody to keep that in mind right there at the bottom of that little blue triangle. That's our house. That's where we live with our family. Leading up to tonight, my husband, our neighbors, and I have shared data, facts, figures, and information about outdoor illumination standards, baseline noise levels, pollution and stormwater runoff, setbacks, lot clearing limits, natural habitat impact, and more, much of which we will continue to discuss tonight. Pull from town websites, annual report PDFs, protective zoning bylaws, and committee regulations. We researched and analyzed and called in technical tools for support to ensure we covered all ground. But tonight, I'm going to share with you something that online data, project plans, and AI can't. I'm going to tell you how this information makes me feel. I feel sad. I am sad to think about the loss of wildlife habitat, the devastation of upland forest, and the degradation of our town's natural resources, and the rural character that makes Rowley so special. I am sad to be in this room talking about a proposal that prioritizes profits over people, that values trucks and dollars over trees and decency, and that pursues development without regard to impact. But mostly, I'm sad for the families, many of whom are in this room tonight. The kids who call to their siblings from another room because they hear a green heron outside, verified sighting this summer. Grandparents who sit with their families on the back deck, listening to the breeze through the trees in the forest, and the chirpers and the frogs chorus in the ponds and wetlands. Yes, is it a water retention bin? Sure. Is it filled with water that supports a vibrant habitat? Also yes. The husbands who excitedly snap pictures of the barred owl perched on our fence. The moms who point out the trees and the birds to their babies while they're out for a walk. Once this forest is clear-cut, those moments of joy and beauty get replaced with the sound of trucks grinding through our backyards, the smell of diesel, and the sight of gravel road, dust, and aluminum-sided sheds. And the peace and tranquility that we worked hard for and thought we were buying into is gone, forever altering the quality of our lives. Maybe that seems inconsequential in the grand calculus of this project, but to us it's everything. My only ask is this: consider the data and the context to reflect and reckon with your choices, whether the proposal is yours or you have a voice in shaping where it goes from here. Consider the small and large implications of your actions and work to find the best way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
I'll go. I did have a little speech made, but my wife, my neighbor, kind of covered a lot of it. So I had sent a letter earlier with pictures. Is it possible that you guys could pull that up? One of them was labeled Exhibit A. Alright. This is the cart path that we're discussing trying to go down. The wall on the right, that rock wall on the right, that's the property line. at the Conservation Committee in order to avoid having to go through the wetlands. It was very, very clear that they're gonna put that 20-foot road as close to the property line as possible. You can see how close that is to everyone's homes. This is going to be noise coming into our yards, pollution coming into our yards. This is going to be lights coming into our yards. This is gonna be a decrease in our property values as we are looking out over a construction road as opposed to wooded areas. This project, in order to be successful as proposed, is taking financial money out of the properties of these hardworking families that this is our largest investment that we have, is our homes. Decreasing that property value is taking money out of our pockets in favor of the contractors that want to put this property in. The long-term effects of that is once our property loses value, when we go to sell these properties, those become the markers for our other neighbors' properties, so now they're losing value. This proposal benefits the project guys very, very much, but does so at immediately the 5 families that are abutting this property, literally taking money out of our pockets. If you want to cycle through the rest of those pictures that I provided, this is the one that I just felt like was the best one, so you can get a feel of where the property line is compared to the houses. Go to A or B, anyone, doesn't really matter. Alright, this is me standing on the property line. You can see the houses. If you go to the next one, again, this is standing on the property line. That's someone's fence, that's someone's backyard. These are where this road that is being proposed to get into that back property is being laid out. Yes, the loss of habitat, the destruction of nature. I'm not gonna be able to sit out there and listen to my 2 barred owls that sit on opposite end of the properties and howl at each other all night. Because one of them's gonna have to leave with this property disappearing, they're not gonna both be able to hunt there. These are the things that are gonna be taken away from us as far as our enjoyment. But if what they're gonna put out there is actually what they're saying, which is going to be construction, storage facilities, these contractors are coming in at 6 o'clock in the morning to get their stuff out of the storage to go to work. We're building these roads large enough so that 2 vehicles can pass each other. This isn't a 15-foot driveway, they're making a 20-foot wide thing so that 2 vehicles can pass each other. So they're already anticipating the amount of traffic that's gonna be going down this road is going to require that 2 vehicles be able to pass each other. This is the stuff that you're going to be subjecting these 5 families to that abut this land. These are the things that you're gonna be keeping in mind as you decide whether this project can go forward or not. I would ask that an alternative be done. I understand, this is their land, they have every right to do something with it. And I'm not asking you to not listen to their ideas or their plans. What I am asking is that you take into consideration the 5 families that are abutting this, that are going to have to deal with this the life of the project, not just the short term while it's being built, the life of the project. For however long that is there, the families that live there are gonna have to deal with this noise. They're gonna have to deal with these invasions of privacy as cars are driving up and down. Our kids play out on swing sets back there. And these large trucks are gonna be coming in at 6 o'clock in the morning, coming home at the end of the night to unload their trucks at 7 o'clock at night, 8 o'clock at night, all day long as they are going back and forth to get their products so they can do their jobs. This is a lot to ask. It's a big burden to put on these 5 families in order for this project to be successful. I will close this out. I respectfully request that the board require additional study of noise, stormwater, and the neighborhood impact. And I don't mean just the 5 of us, I mean the people that live across the street. Preserve as much of the existing wooden buffer as possible, and carefully consider the current design as it places an unfair burden on the surrounding residents. The only other thing that I would like to point out is, sir, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Matt stated that there was no woodland or wetland protection around that reservoir. that's there on the property. I will disagree with that. I am the house that borders that property. Literally just put in a driveway. Frank out there came out and had to review my property because I was within the wetland borders to put my driveway in. We found, as we were searching, skunkweed, what was the rose bushes that we found?
So, for the sake of record, skunk cabbage was the item addressed, multiflora rose, but that was discussed as an invasive.
Yeah.
Also, for the sake of context, we do have historical records on the construction of the basin initially, that the eastern side, so on the outside, on the farther side there, was approximate to a wetland boundary. Granted, that was filings from, I would say, 30 years ago, so things can migrate and change. But on the farthest side, there is wetland areas where the buffer zones were impacting your property, at least as we could tell back.
Exactly. So to say that it has no protections may have been true once upon a time. I don't think it is anymore. It would require additional research. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
As we go on, other people want to speak, I'm sure. If something that you had planned to say has already been said, maybe, just kind of keep that in mind. Who'd like to go next?
If I may make an additional comment, I just want
to make sure that there's nobody else who wants to speak.
Thank you. Again, Michael Travato, 42 Spencer Knowles Road. I'd just like to acknowledge the fact that, to sort of piggyback on what Chris said, but all 5 of the immediate abutters all 5 of those families are represented here tonight. Not everybody is comfortable speaking in these kind of forums, especially when they are kind of confrontational. But all 5 of those families are represented here tonight, and the impacts of this development will affect the entire neighborhood, not just those 5 families. The noise, light, dust, everything else will affect other properties that are in immediate vicinity, if not quite abutting, to other neighborhoods where noise travels, light travels. All these are, obvious things to say, but things that need to be said. So it's not just these 5 families that will be affected by this development.
So can I clarify? So the main contention here is these phase 2 second
Correct.
lower area.
Yes.
So nobody's really raising any issues with the.
Phase 1 to me actually makes sense. It belongs there. It's surrounded by businesses on both sides.
Yeah.
Phase 1 is not an issue.
Other than the traffic issue that I had raised earlier, which is relatively minor in comparison to the phase 2 project, yes, I'm in agreement. Phase 1 is not really our issue.
So I think the phase 2 was like a much later phase, from my understanding, but is doesn't really require any building. It's more clearing, but it's more outdoor storage and vehicular traffic that people would. So if it did proceed, there would be a review in terms of, there is going to be stormwater review. This is under peer review right now. And for outdoor lighting, that's going to definitely be reviewed. I think in terms of this, if they wanted to, if they were serious about doing phase 2, then that we'd have to definitely be looking at, as part of the review to make sure things were properly screened. So that would be part of what our engineer would be.
Would a review to determine property value damage be done?
Well, he'd be more looking to mitigate, and so we'd have to start there.
And if we do mitigate, who's compensating?
Well, yeah, I know what you're saying. But
You seem to have a lot more information on this than for a first meeting, sorry.
Yeah.
We're just trying to catch up.
But no, I just said those will be considerations as this review goes on. And I didn't know if the applicant wants to have any comment on what the second phase. Do you have anything to say regarding?
Not as of the moment.
Okay.
So, sorry. Correct. This application that we're looking at right now is just for phase one, right? Is
Well,
that,
it actually does have, it's mainly for phase one, but it does anticipate this phase two. So I think this is actually for phase two. I mean, you'd be,
So,
Is there-
so we're looking to permit both of them at the same time.
Yeah.
Phase two is basically a clearing operation. We wanted to get access to the rear of the parcel. There is a wetland that basically bisects this, so we were trying to have a gravel road that goes in. The road width is determined by the fire department as being 20 feet wide and 10%, which is what we were providing. We're not looking to pave it, we're trying to have a light touch as we go through the wetland. And then the rear of the property, we're proposing to basically remove the trees in the area that we're proposing, so that we have access back there.
so Kirk, in the packet, then it looks like all I have is one sheet for a phase two. It doesn't say much.
so you don't have this sheet right here?
So phase two is a 3-sheet package.
Yeah, I think that's in there.
Okay, we can get that to you.
What was the second?
Those are the ones.
What was, so you said a 3-page,
It's a 3-sheet package, basically. The first sheet was the layout, the second sheet was environmental buffers highlighted so that it would be easy
Yeah.
to see, and then the third sheet was details that we were proposing.
yeah, if you're looking, are you looking at the online information I gave you, or are you talking about this packet I gave you tonight?
The Dropbox.
The drop, so those aren't in the Dropbox, because
I have a Newburyport Turnpike phase two, but it's just one sheet.
we have to make sure that, like, Larry Graham has received all of these as well.
I'll call you tomorrow.
Okay. Okay.
Are we finished with the?
Yeah, you go.
Are you sure? Okay. So in your mind, are the two phases truly separable? Or would you not proceed with phase two if phase one was not approved, or vice versa?
So phase one is what we're starting with, and as that grows and builds out, then phase two can come into play. What we were trying to do is permit it all at once, so you guys understand what we're trying to do out there.
But need they be linked? They're not, because you wouldn't be doing them all at the same time. I'm just sort of trying to understand, are they only separated by time? Is that why you call
Essentially,
it
yes,
phase
they'd be-
one and phase two?
Well, phase two is relatively easy to do. At the end of the day, there's no real infrastructure going in out back. It can be done in a clearing operation where we come in, we'd have to do wetland replications. So the intent is, we snugged it up against here. This over here is there's a basin for the guys next door. But essentially, snug it up here, do wetland replication in this location for the minor amount of filling over in here, and then this sweeps up and comes over. This is basically the corner lots of what they were referring to. I believe the car path he was talking about, I'm not really sure exactly where, but it's not in this location. There's a detention pond that's over here where they had put so that's why we were trying to come in and then swoop out here. This whole area gets cleared. This is a 50-foot buffer. All that we're required to provide for buffer is 15 feet. But this is stone, and then this would be, basically the trees would be moved and we would replace it with grass.
So whatever challenges are associated with phase two that have been described tonight, and the other, sort of potential concerns that have been raised, would not prevent you from pursuing phase one, because they are in that sense severable.
We look at this as one project. It's just different steps.
I have a quick question. The gravel access road to phase two, is that included in your impervious surface calculations for
So it's a gravel road, so it doesn't need to be, so it's not impervious coverage under Massachusetts state law. It does have a higher CN than what is out there right now, and we'd account for that.
And there's no You said there's no infrastructure out there that includes like no streetlights or anything?
The lighting, it's literally, just gonna kind of smooth it out. We're gonna take the trees out, smooth it out, and put grass in.
This is the phase 2 that we received for the packet.
Mhm.
It's 3 pages. It's different from what I think we were looking at just a second ago.
And that's the survey, existing conditions. Excuse me.
But there was a color.
Yeah, I colored it up. So
Oh, so that's
it's the same exact
okay,
thing.
it's
I
the
just,
same thing.
I colored it to try to
Yeah.
show the differences in what we're doing.
Okay.
I colored one of the phase 1s as well, so you can kind of see what's pavement and what's grass and what's building. So
Okay,
It was,
yeah,
it was just so you guys could see the differences of what's going on.
okay.
Can I just ask a question? I promise it's not additional comment, it's just a clarifying question for what's being reviewed tonight. Phase 2, being able to proceed is contingent on approval of the boundary line modification, the A&R. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Yeah, that phase 2 is occurring in the land where you're proposing to obtain from 445, right?
Yep. Thank you.
All right, what is before the board tonight is the A&R. So if there's nothing else for tonight, may I have a motion to continue?
I should put one thing,
Okay.
one thing that that came up with the review. So there's under section under the business light industry. So we were reviewing this under section 472F, which is site plan review for offices for general construction, landscaping, similar contractors. If you go down to section 473K, any development under 472, whether or not developed in phases, that would create more than 10,000 square feet. And I think that the storage buildings actually, you end up having more than 10,000 square feet. So when I advertised this, I advertised for site plan review without regards to this section. But like it turns out, there is a site, so we've done the site plan review public notice, but for next month, I'm going to need to do a special permit in order to account for that 10,000 square feet. So I have to do a new public notice, and it'll be
But we're gonna still continue this
Yeah,
public hearing.
yeah.
Anything else before I ask for the motion to continue this public hearing till our next meeting? Do you have a motion?
I'll make the motion to continue.
You have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
So what is before the board now is a Form A, approval not required for the boundary line modification between 431 and 445 Newburyport Turnpike. Map lots 23 through 35 and 23 through 34, 23-34-2 respectively. First, any questions from the board on this A&R? Any question? Oh,
It's just more of a curiosity. Kirk, it's true that there's no minimum site area or minimum area.
Yeah, this is in the BLI, so
There's none of that.
so, yeah, there's no frontage or lot area requirement, except depending on the, I guess having to do with when they put a building on it. Lot width is 100 feet at the front setback, 40 feet lot width. And then the front setback is based on the building size.
Okay, so just again, an A&R is approval of the board is not required. This is an endorsement. If there's nothing else, no other questions or concerns, may I have a motion to endorse this A&R, the boundary line modification between 431, 445 Newburyport Turnpike?
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so the hearing is continued till our next meeting, which is September
September 9th.
9th.
I'm just trying to,
All right, we are moving on to our continued public hearing. OSRD special permit, 248 Newbury Road, Peter Crossing, outlying zoning district, also identified as map lot 1-20, 1-21, 1-22, and 6.6-13. May I have a motion to open the continued public hearing?
I'll make that motion.
Second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we'll just let the thing be cleared.
where did these?
Are we trying to warm it up?
Oh, there it is.
I dressed for town hall.
When I give you the flash drive.
Myself because I didn't. I forgot to put my notebook on.
You wanna, see, we have.
Maybe I'll. What?
So, yeah, for Turtle Crossing, so there were, for this particular item, this has been an ongoing when we last dealt with this, there was the issue of the access, whether or not the access needed to be moved to a different location, or if they would, I think there were some proposals from the board, some board members about what they would find acceptable in terms of what would make that, what would help address that issue. So we got 3 issues tonight. The access, we want to talk about the application of the OSRD bylaw in light of town council's opinion. And we also have conservation here, who we want to give them a chance to kind of reiterate to this board, because the last time they actually presented in terms of what the benefits of the OSRD in terms of recreation, open space amenities, that was with the previous board, so we wanted to give them a chance to do that tonight. So I guess we'll start with the relocation or the access. We'll pick up Mr.
For the record, John Contoni, applicant. Also have attorney James Giuliano with us, you all know as part of our team. And also Nick Haven, who I call the expert traffic engineer, speed engineer. Just want to thank Nate and Patrick for being here. There's been a lot accomplished since the last time that we're in front of you. I'd just like to give you a little rundown on that quickly.
Can I just point, do you have a check?
I do. I have it in the keys. So I will give that to you before I go.
Okay, sorry.
I was actually gonna say that as a.
You sound like me.
Yes, we're doing that 5,000 and something.
Couldn't we get the check? You okay with that?
Well, yeah, I mean, you have the check.
It's in his car, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I'm not giving you a check.
No, he's always been good about it.
We don't get anywhere without paying.
Fire trucks are good at blocking exits.
So I just want to give a little quick thing that we've heard from Heritage on the, we have the certified determination letter, and it was so good that there's a couple other things that we don't have to do, which is just awesome. Conservation, we don't have a crystal ball, but they've been very positive and so helpful, and it looks like, they're ready to move forward on it. You'll hear from them. Our biggest problem when we were here last time was the site view of our road coming from the direction of where the existing house is that would be knocking down because of that hill or hump in the road. So VHB has been great. We've had 2 conference calls since the last meeting with them, with both teams on the line. We have also already done an ATR, which is getting the count of cars and the speed of cars. We only had to do 24 hours. We did 48 hours with those results already to VHB, and those help calculate on what we're going to do. And before I get into the details of that, I just want to say that, again, we don't have a crystal ball, but we're hoping for a vote tonight. We're approaching 3 years. The board has put a ton of time on it. We've put a ton of time and money into it. And the biggest mistake that any developer or person working on a project can do is to be blind to other perspectives of what you're trying to do. And I always, in any project that I'm in, try to take a step back, no matter how much I disagree or how much hungry I am to get it approved, to make sure I'm not blind to the other perspectives. In this process, though it's been so long, we've tried to listen and see those other perspectives, and to compromise or fix completely what has to be done to do it the most important thing, the safest way possible, and to try to meet all the guidelines and rules that Raleigh, may have. And I think with the help of the board and the help of VHB and my team putting up with me, we're to that point where we've done that, and I hope that you really see that tonight. So to go to the first thing on your list, I think it has to do with the last meeting on the bump of the hill in the road. We have now, with the help of VHB, we're gonna eliminate it. We're gonna take it out, so now you don't have a site problem coming from the direction of where the existing house is. Not only does that help the road that we're building on site, but also that hill or hump creates some blind driveways, obviously, over the decades, and now it helps that overall road. Doing the ATR, getting the speeds and the number of cars in that 48-hour period, both Nick and VHB were correct on using the 30-mile-an-hour figure, because that's what hit the 85 percentile, which this is something I learned, which they look for as the figure to use. So that 30 mile an hour was the 85 percentile. So all the cars traveling are going that speed or under. You do have some that are in that 15% that are going faster, but the 85 percentile was 5 miles over the speed limit, because the speed limit's 25, everyone was using 30 on the figures, and that's what it came to. So now the site lines go over a little bit what they have to meet the criteria that we have to. So taking that hump out handles the problems. But in addition, we're willing to put up 2 signs on each end, which VHB suggested, and I call them the T sign, which warns you to slow down because you have a street that's intersecting. Now, part of the criteria, because we meet the sites, you don't technically have to do that, but again, to Mr. Young's point at the last meeting, and Ms. Colas, the safer we can make Newberry Road, even without our road, because of speed problems out there, we wanna help with that, and so we're willing to put those 2 signs, one on each end out there, as well as taking the hill down. So we think that takes care of the problem, and it seems like VHB is happy with that. I'm sure they have a few comments, but I thought we'd start off with that. It seemed like Kurt wanted to start off with that as well. Also, Mr. Young brought up at the last meeting that no expense to Raleigh. There's probably not gonna be much expense on those 2 signs, but though these streets were asking for public, that's how everything's been designed, we would have an HOA to take care of the turtle crossings, to take care of the drainage, and to take care of any repair or fixing or anything of those 2 signs out there. There wouldn't be any expense to Raleigh. That would be on the 15 homeowners as part of the HOA. And just when I'm on that, just to make it simpler, there was a couple other things that had come up during that conversation. On each lot, only if anyone was gonna do a pool, it would have to be a built-in pool, not an above-ground pool. In addition to that, by law, as you all know, you have to fence in your yard for a pool. There was some questions that have come up about how do you protect the pools from the turtles getting into them. So we would make part of our, I might be using the wrong legal term, so I apologize, subdivision rules. When people buy, it's part of the deed, that the fence they put up for the pool would also have to have the bottom portion, whatever the technical term would be.
In-ground contact.
In-ground contact, thank you. So the turtles would not be able to go through those fences. So it ties in with the pool rather nicely. And the other, I think this addresses Mr. Young, and I would need some help from conservation, because it's not something that we've asked them yet, is that only a certain percentage of each owner's lot could be mowed. So only a certain percentage could be like grass that could be mowed, the rest would stay, again, I might use the wrong term, a rural look. Because I think that was also one of the concerns that came up at the last meeting. So I guess the right thing now would be to ask VHB on taking out the hill, the signs, and how you guys felt about that, so they hear from you directly, if that's all right, Madam Chair.
So I'm not blocking your view. So good evening, Patrick Dunford, I'm a transportation engineer with VHB. We're doing the town's transportation review in addition to the civil engineering review for this. That's a very good summary, thank you. It makes my job a lot easier what you just went through. Just want to add a few points and possibly, I guess, request on top of that. I do think we're close to being there, as you might say, and we can go through some of the details now. The graphic on the screen, the bottom portion of it, the hill being reduced, it's not being fully eliminated, nor would we expect them to fully eliminate the hill, but the darker gray area represents the portion of the hill that's going to be reduced. And the impetus for that is particularly as you're coming from, let's say, my side, heading westbound or heading left westbound towards the driveway, the hill currently blocks your view and currently does not meet standards. The team was very creative in coming up with a solution of lowering the roadway that's very unusual and it's not an insignificant undertaking, so that's definitely a good faith effort. So that is very good in that part. Once they knock that down a little bit, as noted, if you could just pan so I see the bottom half of the screen, like there's
For some
a...
reason, it's very.
Oh, really?
Is that, oh, yeah, okay, I see.
Yeah, if you can. If not, I can kind of
I'm
talk
not
it.
sure, it's very touchy, but.
Welcome to my world. My computer does this
There
all
we
the
go.
time. Okay, so the top, yeah, that's good. The top view is the plan view, looking down from above. The bottom view, in engineering parlance, is the profile view, the thick black line representing the resultant new vertical curvature of the roadway once they knock it down. The hill that's going to be there after they do their work. So once they do that, they end up with about, I think it's 220 feet of visibility heading westbound towards the driveway. They were using that 85th percentile speed of 30 miles an hour based on their traffic counting and observations. So they are exceeding that speed, to be clear. They're also meeting the necessary sightline for a 32 mile an hour speed. The idea behind all of this is that when a car is traveling westbound towards that driveway, you have time to see something in the roadway at a 2-foot height. That could be a headlight, that could be a dog, a kid, a car, whatever. You have time to see it, react, and stop. That's the safety standard. The safety standards we use, there's a lot of conservative factors built in. They don't necessarily reflect current car standards, which are much more controllable and better than they were historically. So it's a conservative methodology. My concern out of this is that there are some outliers that are above that speed. And it's not a huge number. Just for context, the roadway think it only carries like a couple hundred cars per day. It's not a heavily traveled roadway. And I definitely don't want to be fear-mongering on this. For some perspective, the site is not going to be generating significant volumes. The westbound volumes are not significant. So the problem would come into play when there's someone turning in or out of the site at the same time as someone heading westbound, and it would be someone heading westbound at a higher speed. So it's not something you're going to see constantly, but I can't rule out that it's going to happen. So I like the signs. I certainly like the roadway being knocked down. What I was hoping to see supplemented with this was a speed radar feedback sign, which basically has posted speed limit 25 miles an hour and flashing, you're going 35, whatever. And in fairness, this is not, based on the counts they did, the speeds aren't excessive. None of them get over 40. So that's good. About 5% are above the limit of what they have visibility for. So the problem would come in if there's ever someone going high speed at the exact same time someone comes out. So not an everyday occurrence, but something I was hoping to see addressed. The speed counts, it's a 25 mile an hour posted roadway, and that's an existing condition they inherited. They didn't cause this. But the speed counts were showing about 2/3 of the traffic heading westbound is exceeding that speed limit. So there's a certain portion of that responsibility falls to the police, and I'm just looking for something to help reduce the speeds further. This sort of signage does have some degree of effectiveness. In, I guess, defense of the applicant, there is a certain argument to be made that it's a pre-existing condition. By the same token, they are adding the new element being roadway, introducing it. So it's kind of a shared responsibility, you could argue, either way. As far as providing mitigation for an existing condition, I primarily do development work for proponents as opposed to reviewing, and it's not unprecedented for an applicant to have to mitigate a deficient existing condition if they are adding something in. But again, in fairness to them, the town at some point established a 25 mile an hour speed limit. It's clearly not working with 2/3 exceeding it. But regardless, the hill being reduced slightly is a great measure. I'd like to see it supplemented with that signage, whether it's the applicant, the town, the state, whoever. But I feel it would be good to capture that additional traffic. We're not designing this for a teenager driving 60 inappropriately down the road. These are speeds and volumes that are just slightly higher than what was observed. There's also they're dealing with the counts and observations that they have, which are accurate. There's also the possibility in the future, the road's smoothed out a bit, maybe the speeds go up a little, or maybe they go down. That I don't know, and I wouldn't want to speculate, but I like the extra assurance of the speed feedback sign. The bottom graphic showing the roadway profile, I spoke with the engineer, very great, cooperative to work with. They're going to supplement that with a little bit more visual coverage for the record. That's nothing that would hold up my review and finding this acceptable with that extra treatment. So they're going to provide a little bit more data, but it's not something that should hold up or require detailed further review on my part. I think you just need to have that on file. So that is an extremely long-winded discussion of traffic. Happy to take more questions, comments, and I'll leave it up to you folks.
Yeah, let's take questions from the board for Patrick now before we hear from the conservation people.
I have a question. So this is incredibly helpful and useful. Is the profile that we're looking at the bottom of the screen coextensive with the gray shaded area?
Yeah, it's a straight line up and down.
Okay. And I gather that, I don't know what kinds of, whether it was engineering considerations or cost considerations or both, that there were limits as to how much you could reduce the profile of Newbury Road. They've gone about as far as they can conceptually
I have to defer to the applicant on that. That's not an insignificant undertaking. I just don't know what the limiting factor was as far as, take it down completely, you might end up chasing that a considerable distance further up and down the road, but I'd have to defer to the project team.
I think, yeah, just anything to help me understand what kind of constraints you were up against as you were evaluating how far you could bring it down.
We brought it down to be able to meet the sight line. That's what we're judging it on. Obviously on Newberry Road, for how long that road has been there, the deeper we go, the more work that might have to be done. So that's how the engineers came up with how far to bring it down to give us the proper sight line. In addition, one thing I didn't mention is in doing this, the road is gonna be widened to 20 feet, which is another big positive in our eyes. And we're able to do that because we have the room to do it on our site. One of the reasons that when we checked into this and started talking with VHB, because if you remember, I think the last meeting, the meeting before that, we're like, we really don't wanna take this on because it's a huge expense. So it is an expense, but it makes it safer. And we're gonna have to do some connections anyway when we build our new road to connect into Newberry Road, and we can sort of do it all at once. So that's how we're trying to handle the expense of it. I hope that answers your question.
It does, thank you.
Anything else?
No, I'll just say that was incredibly helpful, very detailed. Thank you. Oh, and
Okay, thank you.
So the next thing I just wanted to touch upon is it sounds like we heard from town council. And in our eyes, it seems like, and thank you, Kurt, for reaching out to them. It seems like with what we read and what they sent, that puts that concern of the board to bed, along with the two votes that we've gotten from two different planning board meetings, and then town council with their letter. I think that was helpful, so I just want to make sure that's kind of all set.
That was the second
Yeah.
item.
Yeah. We're gonna hear from conservation and then we'll get to that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, great.
So Frank, our Brett, who's on?
Hi, good evening. Madam Chair, members of the board, Brett Bazelak, Stewardship and Land Manager for the town of Raleigh. Blessed with being able to manage our open space, of which Raleigh has much. We are requesting your consideration tonight on an approval process that results in the town of Raleigh being able to accept by deed the open space areas proposed in the Landings Nook development here. From my experience in being able to visit almost all of the preserved open spaces in Raleigh, the characteristics of this landscape in this particular area are different than a lot of the other areas in Raleigh. And it's not just because of the Blandings turtle habitat being there and that being a threatened species. It's because once you get into the interior woodlands of Raleigh, you find that there's quite a varied landscape. This particular landscape has some ledges, some drop-offs that go down to wetlands or whatever, and just the terrain is just different. Totally different from Hunsley Hills, totally different from the Dodge Reservation, and obviously different from the salt marsh and our shoreline landscape. It's an added feature, the fact that there is a threatened and endangered species there. And a Blanding turtle is a terrestrial turtle. Thus, you heard earlier Mr. Colantonio voice the request that we wish to restrict the turtles from going into the pools, if there's any in-ground pools. They are not aquatic turtles, and therefore they would have, unfortunately, an early demise if they got into an in-ground pool. They would be unable to get out. So we do wish to see that they're restricted. They're a very long-lived turtle. I believe some of them have been documented to have a lifespan of 40, maybe even 50 years, I'm not sure. In my 30 to 40 years as a conservation agent, I've stumbled across one. Now, it was a good thing because he wanted to cross the road in Groveland by the Tea Garden restaurant on the route there, so, you know, why did the chicken cross the road? Why did the turtle cross the road? They wanted to get to a open space area on the other side, so I helped them across. But anyway, in this particular aspect, I'd like to assure the planning board that the Conservation Department considers ownership by fee and deed to be the highest level of protection that the town can provide to this unique open space area that is potentially going to result from this development. We've already addressed having some trails with an observation platform in the development. I believe we're going to have dedicated parking spaces so that any of the townspeople can come, because if you're going to accept it as being a public street, a public roadway, then we won't have any issues with easements and stuff like that we might have needed if it was a privately owned road, so we avoid that business. The commission requires the posting of signage so that there would be signage at the street entrance directing the public to be able to go to the parking spaces for the public access to the trails that are there. We would also require signage on the lots as well as surveyed monumentation of the lot corners, so it's well defined as to where the potential town open space is and where the private property boundaries are. I'm a little bit challenged in regards to your talking about putting a restriction on the private lots as to how much turf grass they can have there, but that's an interesting concept or whatever. I do have to note that I believe this property was, this backland was originally owned by the Herricks, who had the Herrick sawmill that they operated for historically for years in Raleigh. So there's some absolutely marvelous examples of very mature oak trees, high canopy, open nice woodlands in there and stuff. So I'm not sure how some turf grass is going to do anyway, but that's something that certainly can be explored. I don't think the turtles are totally averse to grass, but lawnmowers they do not like. So I have to require that they keep well high. Anyway, if there's any further concerns or any questions I can answer from the planning board in that regards, I just do want to firmly say that number one, we've worked very constructively with Mr. Colantonio throughout this process, and I'm very excited if the town does achieve having this property, the open space given to us, and we're able to protect it and keep it open for the citizens to enjoy in the future.
Okay, before we take questions, Frank, did you want to say anything? We are in receipt, of course, of Frank's letter that he wrote to us on May 13th, endorsing the OSRD, but do you want to say anything, or?
Well, so absolutely, I would want to mirror Frank's statements there that once again, in the broadest sense here, 16 is a massive benefit to protection of critical areas, protection of resource areas, critical habitats, plus also beneficial access and enjoyment that would be a benefit to residents, which is one of our also kind of goals we have to interpret it towards. In relation to the kind of the review process is currently ongoing at this point in time. We've been working with Mr. Colatoni here and his representative, and we've been making fairly steady progress at this point in time. Whereas in the midst of discussion about the concept of a conservation restriction on the open space land areas, where that's moving forward. There's no real setbacks, no real expected issues there. Same thing, we're making progress towards the concept of bonded monies in relation to projects. But as other items, that's still moving positively forward. We're expecting this to hopefully come to a closure sooner than later, especially when considering the relatively long lifetime of this project, at least for myself and for my understanding, the planning board for a number of years now. But in a simplest sense, I see this personally, as a general benefit, and that's to my role as the agent in town here. The commission has expressed strong positive opinions towards open space and OSRDs in a larger sense as this, especially considering it can guarantee protection of these lands. And I would also state as a resident, so for the sake of saying this personally, the statement does not represent the Conservation Department or the Commission, and I'm a resident, so Frank Herrick, who's located at 636 Wethersfield Street. I personally see this also as a benefit to the town, being able to access portions of the town or property here, so as Brent has done numerous hours and work towards open space areas. I've enjoyed them in town here, and I would see this as an additional one that Brent, while I can't speak for him, I would assume he would be happy to work towards to maintaining it and to these goals. So, in the broadest sense here, I think we see this as a general positive.
Questions or concerns from the board for either Frank or Brent?
If you could please help me recall, will the conservation area or the protected area within the development be a transfer of the fee interest to the town at some point, or is it going to be a conservation restriction, but title continue to be held by the HOA?
We've talked, and I strongly recommend that the land be deeded to the town or town ownership.
I think that's preferable.
That achieves the strongest level of protection, and it also allows us a shorter path to maintaining the public access, maintaining signage that indicates where those things are, where the trail is, seeing over access and maintenance of the observation platform, et cetera, and stuff. There's usually a shorter pathway to getting things fixed.
I agree, and also conservation restrictions carry monitoring obligations that would fall on the town, and that's complicated in its own right.
Right, and lots of times with conservation restrictions, there sometimes is a qualified environmental nonprofit like Greenbelt or Mass Audubon involved, and then you need to have endowment monies to pay for the annual monitoring and stuff. Not that it doesn't cost the town through my job at this point in time to do the monitoring, but again, there's a shorter pathway and less complications involved in it.
I mean, I guess just help me understand why we would want to take these off the tax rolls if the town owns it and then tie it up with Article 97.
I can respond a little bit to that by basically stripping out the development rights. Then the level at which it would be taxed would go down significantly.
I guess it was more rhetorical. I wanted to see what you said.
You're also going to find that if you did an analysis of the square footage acreage, that most of the open space square footage that's being given is not necessarily eminently developable. In fact, that actually shows you by the characteristics of how the outline is of this development that the places that are appropriate for development for both residential housing and for the roadway system have been utilized for that. The areas that are proposed for the open space, some of them have sheer drop-offs out there, others are very close to wetland resource areas and would be restricted anyway under the town's wetlands bylaw. As it is, the Conservation Commission had numerous discussions with Mr. Colantonio because the vernal pool, the commission normally likes to see a 100-foot no-cut, no disturbance area totally surrounding the vernal pool. Unfortunately, that was the only place that the roadway could go through, some of that. And so there was some massaging of things there in order to accomplish that.
So
if you visited the property, you would understand kind of what I'm saying, that
no, I understand what you're saying, but it kind of sounds like what you're saying is the only place that they're developing is the places that aren't wet, which is what we get with the conventional anyway.
Well, not necessarily. They had to bring in a full-sized excavator out there because of the boulders and the rockiness in there just to do the soil evaluation, so.
Yeah, I guess I'm just looking at the conventional plan and it looks I mean, that's all taxable land. I understand where you're saying it might be of lesser value in certain back portions of it, but I just don't see, given the financial situation the town's in, why would we want to do that?
Because this habitat is unique and there's a threatened species there, which would not allow actually further development overseen by the natural resources.
Yeah, no, I guess what I'm saying, it's already protected and it wouldn't allow further development. I understand what you're saying, and you know, it's great to protect the habitat for the turtles, but this particular site, it's not connected to any other sites. You mentioned Dodds Reservation, Hunsley Hills, other areas. They're much larger, they have trail networks and they're connected to other parcels. This is on the town line next to 2 other subdivisions.
No, I could have mentioned Hart's Way, I could have mentioned Twin Hill Farms just up the road. Both of those have open space areas with public access and the trail system and dedicated parking.
Yeah, I guess just my concern is if we're having people go in here and park and walk around, most of the time in situations on developments this tight, the residents living there aren't exactly thrilled about that.
If I may, anyone that's purchasing a home here is gonna know of the paths, gonna know of the HOA, it's all part of their purchase package. So it's not like it's something that's coming after the fact. Because I would agree 100% with you, if it was coming after the fact, that's a different story. But everyone that's purchasing here, they would know that.
And there's a limited number of parking spaces. How many?
There's 2 parking spaces, and if you remember, they were changed to go parallel, so it's easier to plow.
Wild Pastures is actually a potential analogous to this. Wild Pastures has trails and some dedicated parking spaces in there, but is also residential open space development, which technically could have been possibly built a little bit more expansively.
Anything else from board members? Okay, so do we want to say anything about Attorney Mullen's letter that, you know, everybody has read that? Do you have any questions or queries for Kirk relative to the substance of that letter?
I don't have any questions, I'm just wondering if we're all on the same page about what it says. I don't know how we determine that.
Can you summarize?
Well, should I just read through it? I don't want to like necessarily interpret,
Yeah,
but I
yeah,
think it's just,
yeah,
let me
okay,
just
yeah.
read the letter.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
To all, many apologies for the delay in responding to Kirk Baker's emailed question from 6/29/26. As I understand the facts, the Turtle Crossing OSRD special permit application is before the planning board. The zoning bylaws required that are in support of a request for such a special permit, the applicant must submit both a conventional yield plan showing how many lots could be created through a conventional subdivision and an OSRD yield plan showing the number that could result if special permit were allowed. In this case, those numbers are 18 and 15 respectively. See zoning bylaws 6.41 and 6.442. The bylaw further provides that the total number of dwelling units permitted in an OSRD shall not exceed the lesser of the number of units that could be created through a conventional subdivision and the number allowed under the OSRD formula. The problem here is that both plans show a cul-de-sac of 2,300 feet in length, well in excess of the 500-foot limit set forth in section 416 of the Planning Board's subdivision rules and regulations. In other words, both the yield plan and the OSRD plan are based on the assumption that the planning board will waive one of the provisions of its rules and regulations. True, the board mostly grants such waivers, but still it is never bound to do so. Absent such a waiver, the largest number of dwelling units supportable on the site would be 5. May the applicant assume the allowance of such a waiver, or must its plans meet the cul-de-sac length limits set forth in the rules and regulations, limiting the OSRD to just 5 units? I believe the plans initially filed with the planning board must be predicated on the assumption that the board has not yet granted a waiver from the 500-foot limit. but that the planning board may grant such a waiver after the application has been filed, requiring the filing of revised plans reflecting the 2,300-foot roadway. I say that the initial plans must conform because of the terms of the bylaw appear to require that they satisfy all the requirements of the rules and regulations. Thus, in the case of a subdivision of land, as opposed to an A&R plan, the applicant must file an OSRD concept plan or preliminary definitive plan that meets the requirements of the subdivision rules. Bylaw section 6442, emphasis added. Also, any application submitted under this section that involves a subdivision of land shall be subject to the approval of the planning board under the subdivision rules. Section 6433, emphasis added. Finally, the board may issue the special permit with or without conditions if it determines that A, the proposed OSRD satisfies the requirements of this section, all other sections of the bylaw, and any rules issued under section 7.8.32, section 6.528, emphasis added, referring to the planning board's rules or regulations. I believe, however, that the board may grant waivers generally once proper plans are before it, because the bylaw appears to allow such waivers, at least in the case of wastewater treatment and disposal systems. Thus, the bylaw provides the yield plan shall also provide evidence acceptable to the planning board that on-site wastewater treatment and disposal systems would be permitted and constructed to serve such dwellings. Unless waived by the planning board, this evidence shall include, and then it goes in section 6441B, emphasis added. And that's actually referring to, B. So section 441, that refers to section 441B, the yield plan, and that section that it talks about the yield plan. So that was pretty much what his letter actually says. So I guess sent it out to everybody a couple of weeks ago, sent it out again last week. And so this was based on the question that I put to him in regards of like the way, like how to apply that section, just knowing, he seems to acknowledge that the planning board in previous applications has, used that a waiver power does exist under the bylaw, that they can waive the cul-de-sac, the dead end length, much in the same way that like we would be proposing to waive the sidewalks under the subdivision rules and regulations for Falcon Ridge and Osprey Landing. I just put it to the board.
So I have a interpretive question. I mean, obviously, we have the benefit of outside counsel, and that is incredibly helpful. I'm sure it certainly informs the way I think about these things. And it seems to me that there was a sequencing issue with the original permit, that it was supposed to be presented a certain way, but because it was presuming that a waiver was going to be granted, that was what was out of sequence. But then this sentence, that the board may grant waivers generally once proper plans are before it. And I thought, great, but then I kind of wish there was a period there, because it said because the bylaw appears to allow such waivers, at least in the case of wastewater treatment and disposal systems. And I wish, I think there's been an inference that if the board has that waiver power with respect to wastewater treatment and disposal systems, then impliedly they have the same waiver power with respect to, in this case, the cul-de-sac, the length of the 500 versus the 2,300. I'm comfortable with that, and it may be that it was just the way it was drafted, But I just wanted to mention that.
I did mention that. I talked to Tom Mullen today about that very thing. He acknowledges that the board in previous, like in its application of the OSRD bylaw, has done this way and has, and it's not incorrect for them to have done it. But he's also says in there that the boards are not obligated to do so. And that the board was originally correct in requiring the, because the original submittal presumed that a waiver would be granted for a 2300, and the original board, the previous board, did hold out for the submittal of a subdivision conventional option that showed the 500-foot dead end length before they would take any further action. And that was forthcoming, actually before this board came online, but probably in March of 2025. That was a key factor. But once that set of plans, and I've shown these plans before, you have the OSRD plan, the 5-lot conventional, and the original 18-lot conventional that shows, and that's the one that presumes the waiver. But once they had all three of those in place, then the board would be in a place, once the technical review was done, to be in a place to actually take action, and then, based on precedent, the waiver power is there.
Yeah, so I think the bottom line with outside counsel's opinion is that the board does have the power to move forward at this juncture.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not how I'm reading it. It's expressly referring to wastewater in this section of the bylaw. It 100% says that, which is bizarre because we have no jurisdiction over that anyway. The Board of Health does. But, I can't take this and adjust it to roadways. It doesn't make any sense.
I can't hear you, David.
I can't take this and adjust it to roadways. It doesn't make any sense to me, even if council has said that. Previous boards, they're not infallible, so it almost doesn't matter what they did. But if I'm the only one that gives a whiff, let's just move on, because rather than talk about it.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Yep.
Mr. Baker, in talking with town council after he gave this letter to us, I should never ask a question I don't know the answer, but I'm gonna. In talking with him, at any point did he say that this board has to stop this project? They do not have the right to vote for 15 lots. Did he say that at all?
No. That's my point, is that I was trying to get clarification on that, because that very section having to do, but he didn't go that far to say that it would be an incorrect.
So how we viewed this as a team, and my attorney right here, we all wish that the sentence was maybe worded better. But if town council was against this, town council would have made it clear that you can't do this. Town council has left the door open for this board to be able to do what they've been doing, and I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but it's important that 2 boards have voted to go down this avenue. The board has told us and sent it out to peer review with 15 lots. This isn't any disrespect to VHB. We're approaching $40,000 on peer review. I can take my 3 biggest projects, 2 of them that I just finished up on, and add them together, and peer review didn't cost that much. That's not VHB's fault. They published their rates and all that. But, so we've done everything that Raleigh has asked us to do and more. And now town council has left the door, open for the board to be able to move forward with a positive vote. I'll tell you a conversation that I had with my attorney, who's been doing this for I don't know how many years, and all he does is this type thing. And I had a conversation with Wayne, the boss of both of you, in a very long conversation. And my question was, have you ever been involved in any town in your career, that you've worked with a board for 2.5 to 3 years and you get a no vote? And the answer is, when you're working with a board that long, you're always gonna get a yes vote, you just might have some conditions. Also, both of them said that we've never been involved in a project this long in front of a board. So we respect all the time that these 3 different planning boards have put with us in Raleigh. And we think it's made a safer and better project, and we respect that, and we're willing to do that and wanna do that. We're excited about this. We're so excited about our Ninja Turtle paths, nature paths, okay, from day one. And that conservation is so thrilled about that. Usually, a lot of times, it's the conservation that some things get hung up on. And then to have heritage, after spending over a year with them, finally get the determination letter, they're usually a big block on this type of situation. But that's how happy they are on the turtles getting protected. And Mr. Fields, you always had, from day one, in our opinion, because we have to talk about what each vote we might have here, right? That you were hesitant to move forward because you abstained from the original vote that went 3-1 with 1 abstention to move this forward. And the reason that you did, in our opinion, was you didn't feel comfortable that this was even allowed by your bylaws to go down that road. Did we understand that correctly?
Sort of.
Yeah. So now your town council has left that door open for you to do that. You can agree or disagree with town council, but at least the legality is now taken care of, where you could vote on the true points of the open space residential development and not worry about a technicality if it should be 5, 6, 10, 15, 20 lots. But you have such talent because I've worked with you before. You know what's a good open space residential development, what's a good lot and all that. The other piece, it's history. And the reason that it's history is one way or another, good, bad, or indifferent, we're gonna be allowed to vote on it.
Okay, thank you. Kirk?
So that kind of implies that whatever town council says we have to say yes to, is that?
No, I don't think so.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
He actually made it clear that the board is not,
Obligated.
I did wanna because some of the confusion, that last paragraph, it's the end of the paragraph in this, and the stuff that has to do with the, having to do with wastewater treatment, that seems to throw it, that confused me too, because at the beginning of the paragraph was what I was initially focusing on, where it says, I believe plans initially filed with the planning board must be predicated on the assumptions that the board has not yet granted a waiver from the 500-foot limit, but that the planning board may grant such a waiver after the application has been filed, requiring the filing of revised plans reflecting the 2,300-foot roadway. So it seems to say that's why I think Mr. Colatoni's right, he's not really closing the door, he's not foregoing that option or saying that because this goes to the OSRD bylaw and how it interacts with the rules and regulations, and it kind of just the way it's written, it creates this kind of confusion, but the previous board had saw no other way to apply it except by using these waiver powers.
Okay, so in terms of moving forward here, while we're not going to vote tonight, we will be going to take a vote on September 9th at our next meeting.
So
Can I ask a question? Why are we delaying the vote?
We don't have to. We don't have to delay the vote. But what I wanted to tell you is the conversation that Kirk and I had today, and that what he has to be prepared to do is to prepare a document that either describes the acceptance or the denial. And it's gonna take him a lot of time, and he needs an indication, not unlike what we did the last time, of where board members are sitting with this right now. He needs some real guidance.
We're gonna these kind of approvals will require some conditions to help set parameters. In order to go into that much detail, I kind of like to have an idea of where this is going before I write up what amounts to an approval, but ends up being a denial, and then I have to go and write a denial letter, and then, a denial letter is not a hard thing to write, but you do have to cite the reasons for the denial. But to go into if I'm gonna start writing an approval document, I kind of like to know that I should actually start designing the sets of conditions and the parameters that we need to have as before this, because the next step would be like they would take this approval and then go into the definitive plan phase. And
But going back to now Cecilia's comment, and David has his hand up too, Cecilia's saying, why not tonight? So David, what?
Yeah, no, just to close that loop, I think you're saying why not tonight, maybe because of other conditions? Sorry. Just to close the loop, I think you're saying why not tonight because of maybe other conditions? Yeah, no, I get that, that's fine.
Yeah.
I guess the only thing I was saying before, whether I completely disagree with council or not, if nobody else feels that way, let's just move along, that's fine. The things that we should discuss tonight, because we'll probably end up discussing them again in September if we don't. The waiver for the roadway, and then the affordability requirements which Ethan brought up before, we never talked about.
Right.
So that would be good to talk about tonight and maybe next time if it goes to a next time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move back down. 'cause it's
Okay,
freezing.
yeah, I know.
Really cool. And if I just may, Madam Chairman, I think
Is it
to
Walmart?
not put the cart before the horse, but if we can please discuss or vote on maybe the waivers, I think that would probably help you draft that decision, maybe get that tonight. Obviously, you can have you're voting on your waivers, you're also voting overall for your approval or approval. So I think that might get us in the right direction.
May I make a comment to that? I think that's the part that is the confusing part, because you need the waiver in order to get the right site plan that you're going to approve that site plan. But you say, oh, we can't use that waiver in order to do the site plan. It's like the cart behind, before the horse, it's just too convoluted. And I think as a recommendation, we need to make that clearer as in a step process. So I think because the waiver would be granted in a general way, that we should say the waiver is approved, and then we're going from that approved waiver to the site the way it is. Recommendation. I know it's so convoluted because you can't do it without the waiver.
Oh, it's the bylaw.
It's the bylaw that's the confusion.
Yeah.
Right, so if we're going to come to that conclusion that it is a great project, it's beneficial to the town itself, that we do have a little bits of pieces that we want to come to, that we should approve this project, approve the plan. Because that's where the whole thing is beneficial to the town on a whole. How we get there is the convoluted, and I think we should let that go under the bridge.
I'm okay with that, again, this is my first time in Raleigh, but other municipalities, they will vote on the waivers, so if you get a waiver denied, you know where that project is going, so that's why I asked if we look at the waivers as a whole and we know that all the waivers have been approved, okay, that doesn't necessarily mean the permit is gonna get approved, but we have a good indication, whereas if we know one of the waivers is not approved, we know good and well that we can't build what we're proposing without one of these waivers. So it kind of tells a story a little bit, but if that's how you want to do it, that's totally fine with me. I just coming from my perspective.
You have the waivers, the 9 waivers that are required on the screen, so we could, if you want to go over those now, we've discussed these before. And the second one is the primary waiver that we're talking about. So if we want to go down these, you want me to go down the list?
Yeah.
Okay, so the first waiver has to do with section 4.1.5, major street slope greater than 5%. Proposed street slope in some places at 8%. Being a road traveled lightly, speed limits will not exceed such to make the slope of 8% detrimental to drivers and is within the limits of state regulations. And this is referring internal to this subdivision, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, 'cause we don't need to make any adjustments for the
No, the roadway, the sight line, no, that's correct, that's just correct.
So, like, do we wanna put this to the board to take a vote on the
So
waivers?
is everybody on board with the idea of dealing with the waivers now?
I don't like it, but
I know you don't like it.
well, we can give
But
opinions.
Ethan, what were you gonna say? Are you talking to that number one or the concept of dealing with the waivers?
The only thing I think, like, you know, I can just kind of predict what might happen. I mean, obviously, I don't know fully what everybody's thinking, but it's really just the main issue that we're having is that second waiver, that conversation.
Yeah.
This will take some time to go through. What I might propose is that we have a goal of closing the public hearing tonight, so that if we have any outstanding issues like that affordability, to close the public hearing, and then if we need to deliberate further about, you know, granting the waivers or any conditions that are put on approval or denial. I'm just thinking, we have, in regards to time, we're at 9 o'clock and we still have applicants waiting. I mean, I know this applicant is, you know,
David,
You know, I like Ethan's idea, I like where you're going. The only thing, if you want to discuss the affordability stuff with the applicant, they won't be able to respond. It's just deliberation.
So so I'm not making the motion right now to close the hearing. I'm saying that's an outstanding conversation we need to have. We've discussed these with the applicant, and I think that we could prioritize that conversation and then try to get the hearing closed so that, you know, we know that we're not going to be bringing in more experts to give more review. Like, that would shut down any further review of the project. And then if we have deliberations on the board, I think we have all the information we need outside of that we can continue on for the decision next.
Yeah, I don't think we need any more peer review.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
And I would just say, to reiterate Mr. Fields, I think if we're gonna have discussions on affordability, we can't have those discussions if this is closed. I think we would respectfully keep it open for various reasons. But my other point too, listening to Mr. Young, if just so we're on the same page, we can do it so that we're not voting on the waivers, but are we on the same page that if the project gets approved, I guess if it gets disapproved, doesn't matter, but if it gets approved, then we can assume that all the waivers have been approved, right? I mean, is that a safe assumption?
It's the only way it can.
And that's fine, I think I'm okay with.
In reality.
I'm okay with that.
How do you approve the?
What I'm
confused about is why is it gonna take long to go down these waivers? We've all been over these waivers at 2 or 3 different meetings. So I respect that there's other applicants waiting and all that, but we've been going almost 3 years. Let's spend 15 minutes and go through the waivers.
Yeah, isn't this approved, right, was it to doing, a final vote on the special permit itself, right? You need the waivers in order to actually take action on the special permit, I think.
Right, David says he's in it.
I was just gonna say, the issue with the dead end length, if we wanna just jump in and we'll talk about it to Ethan's point. I've been struggling the whole time, 500 feet's way too short, never seen a dead end length that short. This is half a mile longer than the limit, just about. And that's kind of what I've been struggling with the whole time. And to everybody's point tonight, without that, most of this project turns into another project altogether. So I don't know how we wrestle with that other than just start talking about it.
All right.
Yeah.
Kurt, you want to hear from board members, or you want to comment on that?
Oh, no, I think that's like, that's one of that's the key waiver,
Yeah,
that's
that makes
really,
sense to
that
me.
the sooner we can take action on that, I think we'll make progress.
Yeah.
That does pretty much echo my sentiment exactly. I think 500 feet is very short and seems like, you know, there's all this space back there that could fit housing. 5 houses seems small. To the whole procedural issue of going from 500 and then assuming a waiver for 2,600
Yeah.
would be approved, like that's a pretty large assumption there. That was not, like procedurally, the board never went through that process of discussing that at the long, you know, I know that yield count would yield more houses than, or homes than are being proposed with the OSRD. But it's just, it's a hard thing to.
Madam Chair?
Well, I think I will, like, where, because the board was aware, like, the 2,600 was what was originally proposed.
Yeah.
And it came in the context, also, I think, conservation and actually natural heritage had originally like given some presentations to the board. That previous board did have indicate, like, I believe that they were favorable to the OSRD for the purposes of not just the ecological benefits, but for the recreational amenities, and that it would be under the town, potentially under town control. And so that was, I think, that was where the previous board was heading in that direction. And what was preventing them, I think, was getting that yield plan that Tom Mullen referred to, that having that yield plan of the 500-foot conventional option, that was critical. And that board did hold out for that and insist that that be done, or that be received before they could take any action. And I mean, that was really when we received that was really right before I think some of the newer members were coming onto this board, so that was probably March of 2025. So that right a few months before this board actually this full board came together. But I just wanted to give you context of what the previous board was thinking and why it went in that direction.
Help me to understand what drove that 500 figure in the first place. Do we know anything about, I thought that it had to do with fire safety, or among other things, but it's hard to evaluate the half-mile increase without understanding what drove that 500 in the first place.
I mean, I think it goes back to a previous, a previous board before the board that I was when I came. I think that
it's in the regs, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in
500
that's our
foot, but that goes back to 2005.
It's small. Yeah, so
why is our OSRD bylaw different?
There was some thinking.
That goes back to 2005. I mean, that was a much earlier board than even when I came online. So the reason I have talked to people who were on boards previously, who actually but which kind of drove why this board was insistent on getting that seeing the conventional option. But I don't know how that was intended to relate to the OSRD bylaw, because it seems to me an actual practical OSRD application of that bylaw is practically impossible if you don't have the waiver option.
Yeah, but that's the way they all are, because it's enabled by the state, so.
Yeah.
That's just how the state law rolls out for all OSRDs. It has to be combined with the subdivision control law, which makes no sense, but.
Yeah.
Right, but I think to Kate's point is basing it at 500 feet, why? Why 500 and not 1,000 or 2,000?
I'm looking for the why.
Because it doesn't make any sense. I mean, so short.
Generally to slow down development, that's
Yeah,
why
I
they
think
do
that was really the sense that I got from people on previous boards that I've talked to, that it was intended to slow down development.
Because in effect, then what we're using is the waiver mechanism to work around something that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
To put it bluntly.
Yeah.
Has there been precedent for this, or is this the first one that's been presented to the
Oh,
board
no,
where
there's,
we had
I
to
mean,
grapple
Falcon
with it?
Ridge.
I was just gonna say Falcon Ridge is.
Yeah, Falcon Ridge, anyone where they had to, in order to find buildable land, they had to cross wetlands, because most of the wetlands up front, so they had to extend the cul-de-sac length in order to even do anything.
So this is somewhat analogous to Falcon Ridge?
Yeah, I think just that aspect.
But
Yeah.
but
But this aspect of the application.
in no way or shape or form, but
The application of the waiver.
We have one roadway obviously, but Falcon Ridge has a couple of offshoots and stuff, but Falcon Ridge is probably in excess of our 2,600.
So a similar waiver had to be.
Yeah, I mean, the
Falcon Ridge got
original,
waived.
to get to the point from the beginning of Taylor Lane at Weathersfield to where it branches off, I mean, that's about the same length, so.
It's not
and the-
longer, yeah.
And the purpose was because, the front part of the property is a lot of wetlands. They had to extend it in order to find buildable land on which to do residential.
And Madam Chair, if I may, Mr. Bigger, thank you, you explained it, great. I'm sure we could find other subdivisions and OSRDs in Raleigh that have gotten the waiver to get longer streets, that's a fact. The troubling thing for us with the debate on this right now is out of all the things that we've been through over the last 3 years with the boards, this figure has never changed. Like, this figure has been the same figure since day one. So this is something that would normally, at least in my past experience in other towns and other boards, is something that would have been taken care of at the beginning if it wasn't gonna be allowed. Because not only 2 boards took the vote, it's gone to peer review, like, so this is something that's a given. Also, the fire department, the DPW, all the departments that have seen this, none of them have been against the length of the road. And we kept 2 cul-de-sacs. We could have done away with the first cul-de-sac, that was discussed, as you might remember. We kept both cul-de-sacs, so there's 2 different places for fire trucks to be able to turn around. So, again, I know how important it is, and I don't mean to simplify it. But in my eyes, this is a given of a yes vote for this board, because why did we just go through the last 2.5 years?
I don't disagree, but we haven't talked about it yet once. This is like the first time, I feel like, but I get your point.
So, anything else on number 2 that people want to talk about or ask about or?
I mean, I guess just for me, I wish, we came in late to this process in terms of where you guys were at, but like the bylaw does allow townhouses and other styles of development, like the roadway could be shorter, closer to Newbury Road with townhouses or some small multifamilies or something like that, and less taken up in the back, because I'm just still not seeing a ton of difference between the conventional yield plan as shown with 18 lots versus the OSRD. But that's just me, that's fine.
Heritage does not want a conventional subdivision because their turtles in the land is not protected. With the OSRD, now you're not relying on the homeowner, which we know, not all the homeowners.
John, we're talking about number 2, so let's let the board.
I was just answering that.
Are you gonna pull it up, Kirk?
Can you go back, did we lose the?
Go back, I'm sorry.
Or no, I was, the maps. The site plans would be, I didn't mean to stop
I'm
you.
sorry, Ethan, I thought you wanted,
No,
this.
yeah, it's just to look to, refresh our memories, yeah, so that's the proposed, and then, okay.
If you look at it, the main reason for the length is where we have to build the houses to have the turtle crossings.
Yes, yeah. I mean, but in my mind, when I think of like how the formula operates, I have a different interpretation of it, which is why I've phrased it a couple of times in the past. And it's that you compare it to the conventional, that determines between those two, based on our bylaw, the lesser of determines the yield count. And the ability to waive the length of the subdivision in our bylaws, I kind of think of this as like you're allowed a cluster of X number of units, and then depending on the specific site, that cluster can be placed anywhere on the site with the ability to waive the length of road to get to that cluster. If the portion that's 500 feet within the road is not suitable to support that cluster of homes. That's my interpretation of what the bylaw is saying, and we've kind of talked about it in the past where that's been interpreted differently here, where we're saying we can waive that 500 foot to get a higher yield count.
I don't think it's that you're waiving that to get the higher yield. I think you're waiving that because of the way the property is, that you need to get that length, and it has, that has to get done first, and then you do the yield plan, because no matter what project, you still have to do that, because you can't go into the where the turtles are, and wetland and things like that. We need to say yes to get that length, because if you don't, you can't do the project. End of story. So to make the yield plan reasonable to be what reality is, then you should include that length. Because if you don't, you can't go forward anyway.
Right, David?
So just my opinion to move this along a little bit more. If the waiver gets voted on and it goes forward as a yes, just my opinion where I stand, I'd rather do the conventional, give them the 3 extra house lots and increase the tax base.
We still need a waiver.
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
may
need a
I
waiver
make
no
a
matter what.
comment? I should have mentioned this earlier, but I tend to not cite studies that I don't specifically have right at my disposal. But Mr. Fields' comment about the tax base is based on an incorrect assumption, and that's the assumption that the assessment of conventional housing on that property would be the same assessment as the OSRD, and that is not correct. The Trust for Public Lands has demonstrated in numerous cases that residential properties that are adjacent to protected open space actually have a higher assessed value just because of that protection and lack of development up to their borders. As you heard earlier, people faced with a potential commercial roadway right in their backyard are talking about how their tax assessments will go down. And so the opposite is also true, that if you have protected open space around your residential lot, in most cases, your residential structure will also be assessed at a higher value because the land will be perceived as being more desirable to those in the marketplace looking for land that is not necessarily going to have a commercial development or something built right in their backyard.
For the assumption, I don't think my assumption is incorrect. If you had 3 more house lots, that's gonna not make up the difference. If there were a difference, which there's not.
We can agree to disagree, can't we?
We are.
But I would put it like, but you're saying that you go to the conventional option, but still still observe the waiver.
So if all I said was my opinion is if the waiver were to be approved,
Yeah,
I'd rather get the money out of it.
yeah.
And if, Madam Chair, if I don't know, 2 things I just want to add for the record. One, I don't know, my interpretation and my knowledge of Chapter 41 in the subdivision control laws is tax base should not be decided or a factor in a subdivision like we're asking for, number 1. Number 2, the reality unfortunately is Massachusetts is becoming very aggressive. I think probably, in my opinion, based on my research and what I'm hearing, is that in the next year or so, single-family house lots will be gone and everything will be 2-family house lots. And that's just where the governor is going with this. We're trying to control what we have now. We're trying to protect what we have now. And the third thing is that we're not even taking replication into consideration, meaning under the Wetlands Protection Act, we could technically correctly replicate wetlands that are in this area. We're not proposing to do any of that. So the town has a chance to completely manipulate 33 acres of land the way they want it with conditions and tell us what they want, which I think we've effectuated to the most of our ability. So I just wanted to get that on the record for the most part.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David?
One last thing, Attorney Giuliano brings up a good point. So we're in special permit land right now, not subdivision control, which is fine. What's the voting matrix on the waivers? Is it supermajority because it's a special permit? What do we want to do? Because we haven't talked about that.
So you get the question?
Well, I haven't really thought of the waivers as being, every time we've done waivers, that's always been
Simple majority.
simple majority.
But it's a special permit.
Yeah, I mean, this is, it's, the special permit vote, the threshold is 2/3, but for the actual waivers themselves. So in other words, you could clear, the majority could agree with the waivers.
Voting on.
But we're not voting on, I guess what I'm saying is, in this situation, it has to be a supermajority vote for the special permit
Yeah.
in totality.
But I think the waivers themselves would be a majority. And like,
But we're not really voting on them.
Well, and they can't be though. He's only applied for a special permit. That's all we're dealing with right now.
but the waivers are like necessary in order to approve the special permit, you couldn't actually, you
We
can't do
approve
that
the
without approving, or
deciding on the waivers that are necessary, there's no way to do that.
But I don't think there's any way to vote on them that's not a supermajority, because the only application before us is the special permit.
So we may need legal counsel's advice on that.
I don't think we need to go there. It's looking like it's going in a certain direction that I think it'll be fine no matter what, but
Well, Madam Chair, why is how you vote on the waivers changed tonight?
Yeah, this is a board discussion right now, Mr. Colantoni. You know,
it's just a question. If this gets
Yeah.
appealed and we do everything incorrectly,
So everybody hears what, you know, my recommendation would be that we go down the list of waivers and vote them. Up or down, is the board with me on that or not?
Is it
Voting on approval of the waiver.
Yes,
That would be simple majority.
and Kirk is saying that that would be simple majority.
I don't see how it can be.
Well, why is that? Like, I mean, the vote for the special permit itself is a threshold of 2/3. But each individual waiver, you're only deciding on those waivers, and then you would still have to vote on the special permit. You could actually still overturn everything that you just did.
Right.
I just don't, I don't know why that would be like.
100% correct, Mr. Baker.
Sure.
No, I agree.
And we are under, like, I know we're not at the subdivision control law first, but the section of the bylaw does, if 6.4, if you look at 6.433, the application under this, any application under this section that involves a subdivision of land shall be subject to the approval of the planning board under the subdivision rules and regulations. So this section, even under a special permit review, even if the rules and regulations are come from the, or in reference to the subdivision control law, this actually makes that reference so that you can apply that section or apply the OSRD, the rules and regulations to the OSRD bylaw.
They're two
You'd have no
separate
choice
laws.
to do
They're
that.
two separate laws. You can't do that. But
That's what this section says. It says it says 6.433 says to apply that involves subdivision of land shall be subject to the approval of the planning board under the subdivision rules and regulations.
that's fine. But by that logic, though, then if we grant the special permit and vote on the waivers, they come back to file a definitive plan. We can deny the waiver at that point.
I think the waivers are with the special permit, right? Are you saying that we'd have to visit the waivers again? To ratify
That's
it?
what I'm asking. The way this is written, it's like you have to file a definitive plan after the fact, which is fine. But then do we have to go through all the waivers again as well?
I didn't think so. If you do it at the time, if you have to do it at the time of the special permit, my understanding.
Why would the voting threshold be the same as the special permit voting threshold then?
Well, the it's the waivers, like, I mean, I don't know of a section that says that the waivers really require a 2/3 vote. I mean, it just says in order to decide on the waivers, the board would take action, you know,
In the
and
rules and
that
regs.
implies a simple majority vote.
In the rules.
Unless it says that, like, but the special permit, like, requirement comes from the state law that says that it requires a 2/3 majority for the special permit vote itself.
Right.
But not for the waivers. It's not pointing towards the waivers.
It's the waiver, yeah.
I guess,
The
I mean-
waivers aren't a decision. You can't file them with the registry. Nobody can appeal them, so it doesn't really matter.
But aren't they, because we'd be putting those in the approval document. We'll be stating that these waivers were passed by the planning board if there is an approval. Now, if it fails, then it's irrelevant. But if the special permit were approved, then we would also record that the waivers were in that same document.
If I'm the only one that cares, I'll go along with whatever we do, but we need to change this.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I'm fine the
I
way
didn't
it
hear,
was.
you go along with every,
I said,
like what?
if I'm the only one that's caring,
Yeah.
I'll go along with whatever we decide tonight, but this needs to get fixed.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I
The
totally
bylaw,
agree with
sorry, I'm
that.
pointing at
I
the,
don't necessarily say the way, but
Right.
I'm just dealing with the way it's written, I think.
Right. So this is what we have in front of us right
It
now.
needs to get fixed.
Okay.
And I think we have to just make the assumption that it is written incorrectly or not clearly. And so that we are in our brains saying, we are thinking it the way it should have been written, and that we'll propose to get it corrected. And that is how we need to go forward, because if we don't, we're just gonna spin our wheels.
But we have to apply this decision as it is now, under the current bylaw, so we have to decide.
Exactly, right.
So I have a question. So assuming we're gonna go forward with reviewing the waivers and we're gonna take some action on them tonight, does the planning board have full authority to, in fact, waive every single one of these? We know that, a couple of them, yes, but is there any other decision-making authority within Rowley that has to weigh in on any of these?
Because a bunch of these, like, when we went over these before, I had, like, say the fire alarm box. And
Can we
that's
decide
been,
that?
we actually have been requested by the fire department.
Okay, great. So
to
we,
get- yeah.
we are prepared and ready to make decisions tonight.
Yeah,
Okay.
So we could make decisions on all.
Okay.
And say number 8, sloped granite curbing, the sidewalks. We've actually, highway happens to be here, so I've actually conferred with you by email previously about both of those items. And I think highways actually expressed that if you could not put sidewalks in these developments, kind of like Falcon Ridge, let's waive it. And same with the
So basically, anyone who needs to have weighed in has weighed in.
On all of these,
yeah,
yeah.
on all of these, yeah. When we covered these before, that was what I think the purpose was to say that,
All right, so we ready to go down these fairly quickly, one by one?
Probably just take them as a batch with the exception of 2.
Yeah.
Because most of them, it's like, nobody wants asbestos pipe, no one wants a fire
You
alarm.
already said do it,
Yeah,
do it as a
yeah,
batch?
yeah.
I think we should.
All right, do you have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the waivers for this project.
Numbers 1 through 9.
1 through 9, yes.
Do we have a second?
I second that.
All in favor?
We're voting on all of them?
We are.
A batch, that's what.
What's
On a
your
batch.
reason for calling out the number 2?
If we're voting on all of them, then I'm a no. If we're voting on all of them but for 2, then I'm a yes. But that wasn't your motion.
All right, so it sounds to me like we should do 1 and 3 through 9 as an omnibus overarching, do them
No,
all.
don't change it for the, if
But-
did it pass?
But if you're gonna
Well,
withhold
if we're
your
doing
vote, if you're withholding your vote.
Whether it's a supermajority or majority, I think it just passed, so. I don't know.
Did you vote?
I didn't say anything.
You didn't say anything, you didn't.
But you did get 3 yeses on that.
We got 3 yeses, so that's a majority.
Yeah, but I,
You did vote yes.
But you should have your vote.
But our secretary has pointed out that we didn't actually get it over the finish line, so do we wanna recall that?
all right,
So
so let's,
You can discuss
Yeah.
though, you can discuss, I mean, I think you're.
let's back up.
yeah.
So what's the motion?
I think the motion should be to approve the listing of waivers 1 through 9 for this project.
All right, is there a second on that?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm a no.
Ethan, what are you voting? I can't tell.
It's
You got it.
yeah, I guess
If we're going by majority.
Yes. So I'll vote yes in
Okay,
favor.
so that's 4.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, right?
For the record, it was 4 to 1?
Yeah.
4 to 1.
Thank you.
All right, so now you want to move on to the special permit? You ready to do that
Well,
tonight?
I think we were gonna wait to talk about affordability.
I think we
Yeah.
have to have a few more conversations about
I think so too.
yeah. So might we make a motion to continue or
Just so,
You can't.
Can we have our homework assignment for the next meeting?
Wait a minute. Ethan, I can't hear you, but
Oh, sorry.
everybody, it's late,
Yeah,
we got,
yes.
but everybody gotta stay awake and work here.
Yes, I was just saying that I think we do have some more conversations about the affordability
Yeah.
requirements, but perhaps we should continue that to a future meeting.
So we can't close out.
Right, no, we're not gonna close out, we're gonna continue and then take the vote at the next meeting. Is that what you're recommending? Have that conversation about affordability and then take the vote on the permit?
Can you take the vote on the permit and keep it open?
No,
No. So we only have one way to do it.
but the discussion on the affordability, we don't wanna have tonight because, we wanna put more time into that discussion.
Right, or just to get some clarification, the only clarification I would need is that if this is going to be the number of units that you're proposing, there would need to be 2 units by our bylaw that would be designated as affordable. I'd just like to know which ones they are. Just point them out on a map, and have some kind of legal.
Do you wanna know about monitoring,
Yeah,
lottery?
yeah, just a little bit more of an overview of your process that you're gonna undergo to get those available.
So you wanna do that now,
No, we don't, yeah.
Well, it's,
Ethan?
with
What-
Mr. Young said, it's pretty simple.
I mean, unless you guys wanna do it tonight,
I'd rather move it, that discussion and
And what's the other one that we need to talk about?
I just think we should move to next time, and if we want to impose any kind of conditions on when those affordables and their COs are issued or things like that, I don't think we're ready to do that now.
Right, I don't either.
so I think we might need a little bit more time.
We're gonna continue the hearing.
Okay.
Do I have a motion to continue this hearing until September 9th?
I'll make that motion.
Second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for all your
Thank you.
time, appreciate it. I'll come back in.
Okay.
Some more.
I'm gonna come in tonight. I'm gonna hand it to you.
Oh, that's right, yeah, I almost forgot.
You got one, please.
I didn't forget.
I'll be looking for you.
No, it's fine. Let's talk to Joan.
It's a little less cold.
Oh, it's actually not, it's now it's better.
Okay.
It's not off, but
Next. Everybody, let's keep moving here. An A&R with a boundary line modification between 1 and 3 Osprey Court, map lots 19-8-3A and 19-10-1 respectively. Kirk, anything on this for the board?
So this is the Osprey Landing, so let me bring it up here. So everybody's familiar with this because we approved the original to do the original boundary line adjustment. And so basically, it turned out with that, it actually created some issues with enforcement orders that were already on, I believe, at Osprey Court 3 Osprey Court. So it encumbered the parcel that the upfront parcel where it wasn't encumbered before. And do you want to explain
Yeah,
it better than I can?
I can advise here a little bit.
Yeah.
So there was, in relation to Osprey Court, there has been, I'm gonna say, some history in relation to the project in general, but a bigger component here was in the owner of the lots in specific. So when the roadway was constructed, it was found that they exceeded the initial proposed wetland crossing components, and so had some violations in relation to either side of the right of way, and that did manage to land on lot 1 and lot 6 on the properties there. And so we have active enforcement orders, at least at the time of the initial A&R for the planning board, active enforcement order on lot 1 and lot 6. And so when the line was changed, it included elements that were termed outstanding as part of the enforcement order onto the lot in relation to 77-foot change, approximate change there, and an additional I'm gonna round it off to 18,000 square feet, included outstanding replication areas that are required for the crossing, and also some BMP components that are fully outstanding, but elements in a way that are outstanding on an enforcement order, and so unfortunately, the new lot kind of got dragged into that as a result. And so we spoke with Osprey Court LLC, and specifically Tim McManus, kind of discussing with him on this matter, and we were advised in relation to, because I spoke with TGP on this matter, because it's somewhat of a unique situation. We were advised that if the property line was changed back to its original version, that encroachment and that enforcement order would go back to its original version, essentially. And so while we discussed with Mr. McManus at a meeting a while back there, and so we advised him of these findings that lot change. Once again, required an enforcement order revision, and the easiest way to change it without having to involve revising the initial order of conditions and stormwater management permit that govern the project in its entirety. The easiest manner to do so as such was to just kind of move the line back to where it was prior. And so it seems like at this point in time that advisement has been taken. At the point that's kind of where we've left off, and now it's been Osprey Court LLC's it falls in their court for the last while.
All right, any questions for Frank about this? It's an A&R, so.
I make a motion to endorse the A&R for 1 and 3 Osprey Court.
Okay, second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. All right, the next is another A&R for the boundary line modification between 85 and 101 Main Street. Map lots 25 to 95, 25 to 92 respectively. It's a central zoning district. I'm sorry that you're here.
Our first planning board meeting.
Anything? Oh, a doozy. Anything that you want to say about this? Or?
Well, we own we live at 85 Main Street. The back portion of our property, a section of that abuts the Briar Barn Inn.
Yeah.
And the woman that owns the Briar Barn Inn, Briar, we've been talking with her. She's been buying property around the area. And she was interested in buying our house. Initially, we talked about it. We couldn't find a place that we wanted to move to. So I suggested if we sell her the piece of the property that abuts the Briar Barn Inn, I think she among other things, and she also owns the house next to us. I think she wants to one of the things she wants to do is have a walkway between.
Yeah, we don't need to get into all of that. We don't need to get into that right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
it's just to really show.
So that's it,
Right.
yeah.
Good.
I make a motion to endorse the A&R for 85 and 101 Main Street.
A second. All in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Oh, and before you go, and also. Oh, no, that's like, I do have the Mylars. If you want to hold on, I'll let you take the Mylar. Are you going to get it recorded, or is Briar going to have it picked up?
I don't know.
Oh, we can hold on to it, and you can tell them like that they have to come and get it. If they didn't tell you that you're going to record it.
No, they're the owners, they're the people that are selling, they're not the Briar Barn.
No, I know, but like they may be. I think Briar Barnes set a lot of this up, right?
Oh, okay.
And I thought she was going to be here tonight, but
So did we.
Oh, okay, yeah. So if she's not here tonight and she didn't tell you to take it with you, I'll get it. So you can go and I'll get it signed tonight.
Okay, I mean,
and
we
she
don't mind,
and she can send somebody to pick it up and have it get recorded.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, next item on the agenda is
Thank you.
is an informal discussion with Vernon Bell pertaining to prospective application for a new building at 275 Newburyport Turnpike, map lot 16 to 6, retail zoning district. Mr. Bell?
Good evening.
Got your information if you want to come up and just
Yes.
tell them about like
what you.
So again, this is an informal discussion. Mr. Bell is here to share his thinking with us and see if there's any reaction from the board at this time.
My name is Vernon Bell. I own a swimming pool company in town. Currently, I lay down yard next to Osprey. Thinking about probably building houses there. I don't think my neighbors would like commercial buildings, as we've heard earlier tonight. I did purchase this property from the town of Raleigh. I've been working with Brent previously on it, and I've talked with Frank. There was the recycling pit. It's located next to where Spuds used to be, going to the state highway on Route 1. So where the recycling pit, there's a lot of trash. And there's a lot of invasive species in there. So we're gonna remove those, and we're gonna put a steel building up for my pool company and a rental unit as well.
So,
Yeah, so is Spuds 16?
Spuds would be the one to the lower of that.
16-7?
Correct, yes, yep.
Yeah, you're proposing to put
Yep.
this on 16.6.
Yep, and the right of way going out back, I own that, so that's what we'd be using for accessibility to the building.
And just to also make sure we understand the zoning, this is retail.
And I was gonna do a pool store, and I talked with Jim Pike. The problem is we don't meet septic requirements, so we won't have a bathroom. Otherwise, we would utilize the retail. That's ideally what I'd like to do. Was trying to get something through plumbing board in regards to a porta potty or incineration or anything, because it's a seasonal business and family run. But that's kind of a farm thing and not for a retail if we have employees and whatnot. So my last thing to do would just be to get us do a warehouse, and Jim Pike was all about that. He said, no problems, just come see me when you want a building permit. So
Are you talking about 5,000 or 10,000 square feet?
40 by 80,
So.
3,500.
3,500.
Yeah, so under 5,000.
Okay. So that would be under section, I think what you're referring to is under, so it's under retail, and we're looking at a site plan review under 462, small, medium retail sales establishment. So I think that's why Jim is having to make sure about the process, and also whether or not you're not, maybe describe the nature of what, so you.
I'd be a contractor bay, so I'd just go and load up in the morning, and then I'd go I do field service all day.
It's more like storage for equipment and things for your company.
Just anything I use, PVC pipe or anything I need to load my service vans up, and then I just go out in the field all day. So there'd be additional units, and down the road, I could, rent one out to an electrician or a roofer, and same thing, they just load up for the day. Like a forest ridge, but just a little scaled down, obviously.
So I guess because this is not a whole lot unlike a general contractor, where they're storing equipment and but they don't do any real retail on site, and so this is a retail site, and that contractor, that's under BLI, but there's not a similar category under section 462 or 463. And I guess what the building inspector is looking for is to see if the board is comfortable doing this as a retail
District.
in this district.
I had talked to Attorney Chris Thornton, and he actually gave me what I would need, the terminology of it to be correct and fit in that little bracket.
I don't think the board has enough information at this point to give any indications one way or the other, really. I think we need to see something.
Yeah.
Board describe.
I mean, it's zoned retail though, right?
Yeah, it's zoned retail, but the contractor storage is not one of the categories
No, so
in
you can't-
retail. It's in the BLI.
Right, so.
But, yeah.
So a warehouse of any sorts would be completely out?
Yeah, if it's not cause this is in the,
It's completely in, it's not even split.
yeah. This is in the retail district. Yeah, in the retail district, if you don't have any retail use going on, then you wouldn't be able to do.
What about like Rhea's truck and all the garages and all that stuff? That's all
But
same.
they
same-
haven't, those are pre-existing, those are probably grandfathered in. But you're talking about something the board can approve.
Okay.
Well,
Well, that's what I'm looking for, is just the next step, so what direction to go in, and that's why it's informal.
it would need to be, so you'd have to have some kind of retail component,
Okay.
for it to be considered retail. What's that?
I said snack bar.
I mean, I don't know, I mean, you're a pool contractor, right?
Yes,
But you don't like, sell any kind of pool supplies.
That's what I wanna do, but the problem is we couldn't have a bathroom, because there's no
Oh.
plumbing on site.
Oh,
So I wanna.
that is a problem.
Yeah, that's what I wanna do, is a retail store. That's what, I have previous drawings and mock-up, to do that type of building,
Oh,
and I had
okay,
to
so
scale
that's
back
why-
for this, yeah.
So, but then you would, if you can't have, if you don't have a bathroom, you can't have retail.
That's
and
why I was trying to
retail
do
is-
is get permission to do a porta potty, because we couldn't meet,
Yeah.
plumbing code, for a bathroom, so that's why we're trying to do a porta potty, and we couldn't get permission for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the board can, it doesn't sound like there's anything the board can really
No.
do for you.
I guess you're back to the drawing board.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate it. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Next on the agenda is to review the highway department proposal for replacement of the existing Glen Street Bridge, bridge number R-11-002, CN2 over Mill River. That's a awesome.
How is everybody? Wide awake, I see. Yeah, so this is essentially our, for the DEP Chapter 91 license application for us to be able to do the project, to replace the bridge at Glen Street. It is not in the best of shape, and it needs to desperately be replaced, so this is just one more step that we have to take in order for us to get the licenses required by DEP to complete the project.
And the way Kirk describes it is that what you're looking for tonight is the support from the planning board.
That's my
for the project,
That's
right?
my understanding. It's essentially, we've sent you the plan that we sent to the DEP, and this is just them, you acknowledging that you have received it, and they know that you have received it.
Acknowledgement of receipt.
Exactly.
And
So that
VHB
people
is done.
Like you said, acknowledgement of receipt.
We saw it.
Okay, any questions about any of this?
No, just
Okay.
get it done.
Yeah. So we need to take a formal vote to show support, or you just acknowledge?
We could, if we
Yeah,
wanted to.
want to have take a motion on acknowledging the acknowledgement of receipt? Was that what you said?
Sure, yeah, I'll make a motion in support of the Glen Street Bridge project and acknowledge receipt from Highway.
Go to second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So I just basically would need Kirk, I'm sure can do that another
I'll do
time
it.
so you guys can wrap up.
All right.
And I can get it from Kirk, we don't have to do that all right
I'll do a
now.
letter, it'll be before the end of the week.
All right,
Sorry
thank you
for the
guys.
long night.
No, it's very exciting.
And finally, we needed to review and approve of the final draft of the 2026 Rowley Housing Production Plan. Fortunately, we have Kate here who does a close reading of everything, and she had some comments to make for us to respond to.
I picked up some very minor, non-substantive typos, and then there was one substantive change on, I think on the bottom it says chapter 328, but I'm not sure what page number that corresponds to. It might be just the way I printed it. But anyway, 328 is, so there are references on this section that says regulatory considerations. And under residential districts and business districts, there are references to accessory in-law apartments. And those, of course, have been replaced and superseded by accessory dwelling units. I think it is simply going to be, swap out one with the other. And so there are several different appearances of it on that page, and I'm happy to communicate this to whomever. I'm just not sure what the right channel is. It seems like, Ethan, you are our conduit for communication with Ian Burns, is that correct?
I would list those, everything, can you just write those out in like bullet points, and then I'll get them to Kaylee?
Yep.
Or Kayla, at MVPC, and, yeah.
Okay, I'm happy to do that. It may not be till tomorrow morning.
No, that's fine, that's fine.
Okay.
Do you think it's worth anyway mentioning the difference between protected use ADUs and other ADUs, or, you know?
I don't think so. I don't think we differentiate. You only get, a protected ADU is the one that you get by right. But in the case, certainly in the case of our bylaw, our new one, we did not allow any more than one, period. So that I think the distinction collapses.
I forgot we had that discussion.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I'll take that on.
all right. And we have, one set of minutes.
For that, for the, so we're gonna carry that over to the next meeting for a final, or is it okay with those changes?
I think, so what we need to do is to take a vote of the board to approve the plan with the changes that Kate has suggested. That sound? Okay. May I have a motion?
Then I probably
sorry.
should to point out one other thing.
Yeah.
Kayla, I talked to her today, and she said, I believe they submitted some previous housing production plans from some other towns.
Yeah.
So like Andover was an example. I think HLC is reviewing Andover, and they've received word that they're expecting there to be some edits that weren't on previous ones, on which they based our version. And so now they're expecting that our version will need some edits based on the new review criteria.
Okay, so what we send them, we
Yeah.
could anticipate that that's not the final
Yeah,
thing.
and she gave me a list, which I have here on screen, and of these things, which these edit, like waiting to hear from the EOHLC, update the plan for years 26 to 2031, add sentence comparing Raleigh's population projections to regions' overall expected population growth, add a table for a more in-depth breakdown of disability data, add short paragraph in the housing constraints section more clearly stating that zoning can serve as a constraint for certain types and scales of housing development, add a sentence under the housing production numeric goals stating that the town will aim to achieve at least the 0.5% minimum threshold, more clearly state in the housing strategies that the town will participate in regional collaborations addressing housing development, and then also update the housing site list to identify potential future housing sites. And state the town remains open to considering all permitting options, including comprehensive permitting to create affordable units. She thought that very last point might be a little controversial, but that actually is something that they may be required to be part of a housing production plan.
Just sticking on that last point, I think that's actually a good suggestion. The current map that identifies potential future housing sites, it reflects I think it's like Seaview Retreat and a parcel out on 133. I guess that would be like they would add more options to that list. That seems like quite a lot of research to do.
Yeah, that's what, but they don't know, they just wait, these are anticipated, waiting to hear it from EOHLC if these edits are sufficient.
Okay.
So I think, I don't know if we know any more right away, but we should anticipate that these could be an issue when they're going to get feedback based on what they receive from these current, from the incoming from the EOHLC, and then they're going to try to make adjustments to ours before they submit it to EOHLC.
None of these seem to me like they're going to fundamentally shift the message that's been conveyed to us in the housing production plans. None of them are sticking out to me as thorns.
So that last bullet, it feels like if that's gonna happen, you know, does that seem that we're in the position of saying, yeah, the town is gonna do that?
I mean, it's really just potential future housing sites. It's pretty open-ended. It's not like a to-do list for the town. It's just saying like, here's where it could go.
To
So
consider all permitting options, to consider, okay, to consider. I think that's the operative word there.
Right, if we take out the first half to say, to identify it, that we're willing to, I think is a better way to go.
I think it's just, it's just providing us with a plan of saying like, hey, if you look at this and look and consider these different rules or different permitting options, you could achieve this. And I think it's just more information for us down the road.
All right, so where did we leave off? Did we have a motion? We had a motion.
I don't think we have a motion yet.
We didn't
Need
have
a
a motion to do it. May I have that?
I mean, I can make a motion
Okay.
To approve the housing production plan to send off to be finalized with the exception of including Kate's edits.
And then,
And the edits provided
Yeah.
by MVPC.
a second,
I'll second.
all in favor?
Aye.
And we have one set of minutes from May 18th.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Everybody was here, you'll go to second,
Second.
all in favor?
What was that month?
May 18th,
I was not at that meeting,
okay.
so I don't know if I, from a legal perspective, do I
No, you say you
abstain?
should,
I'll
just-
abstain.
Kate wasn't there, so
So I'm
for,
Okay. Didn't we already do those?
I thought so, I thought we did it at
I
the
think we did
special
them
meeting
last
that we
time.
had at the,
I think we
at
did,
the
May.
annex.
Okay.
These
Yeah,
are
it's in the
these are
packet
the
for
minutes
me.
for
Oh,
that.
did I stick like
What is
a?
it?
Well, we approved them
That
twice.
special
Huh?
meeting we had
We
at the
approved them
annex.
twice.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, it was on the
So
one
there's no
I
planner updates?
No.
I was just looking through my
We had 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks.
no, sometimes I print what you finalize and I compare it to what I wrote. I just wanna see what, how I'm doing, I guess. And I saw that May.
Okay. Any last comments before we have a motion to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, good work tonight.